Chapter 23. Chu Ping was so angry that he almost fainted. His opponent's martial power was not as good as his. If his martial power was the same as his, he would have been knocked down to the ground by those 3 punches. His opponent's 3 punches clearly contained his full strength, but he only suffered superficial wounds. This proved that his opponent's martial power was not high. His opponent was much weaker than him, but he was at a disadvantage. What kind of logic was this? Chu Ping was furious. His opponent's words were as if he was coaxing a child, but he actually shed tears. This made him so ashamed that he wanted to die. With a loud roar and a clang, his sword was unsheathed. The wind whistled. His first move was a killing move. Lu Yinyin shouted in his heart, "Not good." Although he did not understand what was going on, but looking at the current situation, Chu Yang's footwork was exquisite, and Chu Ping's mind was in a mess. He was definitely not his opponent. This move of his had placed him in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not attack, his opponent would not attack either. In that case, even if he were to suffer a few punches and kicks, with his martial arts that were much stronger than his opponent's, suffering a few punches would be completely harmless, and nothing major would happen. But when he drew his sword, his opponent could naturally draw his sword as well. At that time, it would not be as simple as suffering a few punches and kicks. Silver light flashed, sword shadows swayed. Chu Ping's face was dark, and his face was full of murderous intent. He madly rushed forward. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent. "Although you are not a good person, you beat up Shi Qianshan. This made my mood very good. I originally thought that I would not be too harsh on you. But you actually want to kill me? You are courting death." Chu Yang was still empty-handed. He constantly moved and dodged the sword shadows. Chu Ping's sword was like falling petals, but it could not even touch the corner of his clothes. But a biting, cold, murderous intent was growing stronger and stronger. Chu Ping shouted and suddenly leaped up, his sword flashing as he descended from the sky. Inverted Milky Way. This was one of the sword techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was a powerful killing move. Only those who had entered the ranks of martial warriors were qualified to practice this set of sword techniques. Chu Yang snorted. His body suddenly moved forward instead of retreating. He lowered his body and jumped out close to the ground. This was the fatal flaw of the inverted heavenly river move. Due to the leap, the lower body would be empty, and there would be a lot of space. When Chu Ping made his move, he saw that there was no trace of his opponent in front of him. Just as he was thinking that something was wrong, he suddenly heard a soft sound behind him. What was that sound? Behind him, where he couldn't see, there was a flash of sword light. Chu Yang had not drawn his sword all this time, but at this critical moment, he drew his sword. Just as Chu Ping was pondering, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Following that, his left leg, left shoulder, and right shoulder felt excruciating pain at the same time. Chu Ping screamed and fell from the sky. Fresh blood spurted out from his back, left shoulder, left leg, and right leg. Apart from the wound on his back that only pierced his flesh, the rest of his body was pierced with holes from the back to the front. Absolute silence. Everyone recognized this move of Chu Yang's. It was just an ordinary move of backhand 5 plum blossoms. It was the introductory sword technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was nothing special. It was used to strengthen the body and build the foundation. But the problem was, the timing of this sword strike was simply too perfect. Just as Chu Ping was about to jump up and strike down like a thunderbolt, Chu Yang was already behind him. Without looking back, Chu Yang backhand 5 plum blossoms was like a practice target. Every strike was as accurate as a textbook. Chu Yang's movements were light, and he took the initiative. Coupled with his fast movements, his sword was almost silent. The friction between the sword and the scabbard only made a slight sound. Chu Ping did not expect that this sound was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Moreover, all of his attention was focused on what was in front of him. Who would have thought that the enemy would be behind him in an instant? Chu Ping screamed. He desperately turned his body and threw his sword behind him. Now he did not want to win. He only wanted to die together with his opponent. The sword was like a ray of light, flashing by, but it did not hit its target. It flew straight into the purple bamboo forest. No one on the scene cared about where the sword flew to. But Kong Jingfeng, who was in the purple bamboo forest, was enjoying the show. At the same time, he was thinking about Chu Yang's fleeting snow cloud steps. He did not have time to react. The sword was already in front of him. With a sound, it pierced through his robe and nailed to the ground. Kong Jingfeng stared dumbfoundedly at the small half of the shining sword. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. In an instant, even his back was cold. The long sword was right between his legs. It was less than a finger's distance away from the man's vital part. Even his underwear was pierced through. The lump in his crotch was desperately curled up into a ball, but he could still feel the cold intent of the long sword. Kong Jingfeng's face was pale. Finally, he could not help but whisper, This is really a blessing from the heavens." Chu Yang twisted his body and dodged the long sword flying towards him. Activating his fleeting snow cloud steps, he closed in on Chu Ping like a flash of lightning. His right palm suddenly emitted a gloomy and cold fog. With a bone-chilling coldness, he struck Chu Ping's back with lightning speed. Bang! It was a solid hit. With one hit, Chu Yang spun around and was already standing 3 feet away. The moment the palm hit, the 3 people in the purple bamboo forest could clearly see the cold air coming out of Chu Yang's palm. At the same time, they widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They almost screamed out loud. Chu Ping flew into the air like a rubber ball. Then, he fell to the ground like a lump of rotten meat. He screamed out loud. His whole body was in so much pain that it spasmed. He rolled around on the ground and was sweating profusely. When he was in the air, blood was still spurting out. But the moment he landed, his body was covered with a layer of white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. An inexplicable cold air froze his wounds. Blood could not flow out. Seeing Chu Ping rolling on the ground in such a miserable state, Lu Yunyin and the others were dumbfounded. They felt as if they were dreaming. No one would have thought that Chu Yang's sword would be so ruthless. The palm at the back did not matter. But the sword at the front was equivalent to crippling Chu Ping. A faint smile flashed across Chu Yang's face. He was forced to use the sword. But the fleeting snow cloud movement technique and the palm had an ulterior motive. The movement technique was for Chu Ping to dodge, but it was for someone in the dark to see. The goal of that palm strike, and the frigidine energy contained within, was the 7 Shades Congregation Grounds. 7 Shades Absolute God Palm. It was a secret technique of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was also the most powerful martial technique. The main reason for the successive sect masters to enter the 7 Shades congregation was to use the extreme cold of the 7 Shades to practice the 7 Shades Absolute God Palm. When Chu Yang used the palm, it was not to attack Chu Ping. At that time, Chu Ping had already lost the ability to resist. What was the use of another palm? The real reason was to tell the person in the dark that he was 1 step ahead of the others. As for why he was 1 step ahead, Chu Yang believed that his master, Meng Chao Ran, would naturally clean up his mess. He had absolute confidence in this. Chu Yang, you are so vicious. Lu Yunyin looked at Chu Ping, who was writhing on the ground in pain. His eyes twitched. Then, he raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You dare to be so cruel to your fellow disciple." Chu Yang sneered. His long sword was slanted. On the tip of the sword, a drop of blood slowly dripped down. Looking at the direction of the sword tip, it was the unconscious Shi Qianshan. Everyone was speechless. Chu Ping was a fellow disciple. Was Shi Qianshan not? After all, they were the ones who struck first. They had beaten Shi Qianshan into such a state. With the example of their predecessors, how could they blame Chu Yang for being merciless? Chu Yang smiled coldly and said, "First, it was you who came to Purple Bamboo Garden to cause trouble without the permission of the sect. Second, it was you who beat up the people of my Purple Bamboo Garden first. Third, everyone had already said clearly that I was only helping senior brother Chu. Everyone can't be so forgetful, right? Help, help?" Looking at the badly mutilated Chu Ping, who had lost half of his life, everyone could not help but shudder. Help, help like this? Chapter 24. Sai, to tell you the truth, regarding the matter of senior brother Li Jian 2 days ago, us three brothers are also very guilty. Chu Yang let out a long sigh and said emotionally, therefore, regarding your visit today, our senior brother did not resist and allowed you to vent your anger. It can be considered as giving you an excuse for that matter, he said resentfully. But you should not have caused trouble in Purple Bamboo Garden like this and be so arrogant. Let me ask you, by doing this, where is the prestige of Purple Bamboo Garden? We are all from the same sect. The red flower mantis is a family. Why do you have to be so bitter? Chu Yang's expression unexpectedly became very sad and angry. Hitting people is fine, but you still want to pretend to be the victim. How can you be so shameless? When these words came out, everyone in front of him was dumbfounded and almost vomited blood. The three people in Purple Bamboo Garden, who were secretly watching, also suddenly felt their blood rushing to their heads. How can a person be so shameless to this extent? Even if you took advantage of others, you should not act like this. You see, my martial arts have easily defeated Chu Ping. Then what about my senior brother Shi Qian Shan's martial arts? He is many times stronger than me. Chu Yang angrily said, senior brother's martial arts are far superior to yours. But he did not resist and let you vent your anger. What else do you want? Do you have to kill him? When these words came out, Lu Yunyan and the others looked at the unconscious Shi Qian Shan with fear in their eyes. That's right, junior brother's martial arts have already reached perfection. As senior brother Shi Qian Shan, how can he be weak? It seems that in this competition for the position of senior brother, Shi Qian Shan will become a strong opponent for everyone. Today, you hurt one of my people, and I also helped you a lot. Although we suffered some losses, I returned evil for good. Moreover, we are all from the same sect. What can't be done? This matter, why don't we just let it go like this? Chu Yang said magnanimously, for the sake of second martial uncle, I won't haggle over this matter. Lu Yunyan and the others only saw stars in front of their eyes. He almost couldn't breathe and fainted on the spot. You've already beaten him until he's half dead, and you actually have the face to say, let's just let this matter go. Furthermore, you're speaking in a tone as if you've given him a great grace, and you're actually doing it for the sake of second martial uncle. Of course, if you senior brothers and junior brothers also want me to help, I won't refuse. I have always believed that helping others is a virtue. I have always remembered the teachings of this sect. Chu Yang smiled guiltily. I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I'm just like this. I'm used to helping others. I'll help others when they're in need, and I'll help others when they're in trouble, especially for my fellow disciples of the same sect. We're all one family. I'll help them even if I have to sacrifice my life. Lu Yunyan and the rest looked at Chu Ping on the ground and shuddered violently. You're helping me? Help your ass. We're not stupid. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Yunyan's face. It was obvious that they were waiting for his decision. But Lu Yunyan was in a difficult position. Although he was ranked in the top 10, and his martial power was far above Chu Ping's, after watching Chu Yang's battle, he knew that he was definitely not Chu Yang's opponent. Such a strange way of fighting. If it were him, he would also suffer a great loss. If he were to step forward and also be defeated, then it would be a heavy blow to his sect that would be unbearable. Plus, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. ***, Chu Yang, good move. Today's matter, let's just let it go. Lu Yunyan thought for a moment and made a prompt decision. He said gloomily, the mountains don't move, the water moves. The 8th generation of Beyond the Heavens sect's ranking tournament is about to begin. At that time, our Gathering Clouds Peak and Purple Bamboo Garden will meet. At that time, we'll fight it out in front of the entire sect. Let's go. The 7 people picked up Chu Ping and went back the way they came. Before they left, they looked at Chu Yang's eyes, but there was a different meaning. Fear, dread. Everyone was fighting in the same sect, who would really be ruthless. Even if they hit Shi Qian Shan, they would still have a sense of propriety. They wouldn't kill him, nor would they cripple him. They would only break a few ribs and let him suffer a little to avenge their own people. But when Chu Yang attacked, his hands and feet were pierced. This kind of determination and ruthlessness was a method that no one dared to use. Chu Yang looked at the 7 people's figures as they left. His face was very gloomy, and his eyes were very heavy. In this battle, Chu Yang had obtained a complete victory. His victory was indisputable, but no one knew that Chu Yang had found his own weakness in this battle. In this battle, Chu Yang relied completely on his skills and experience. Chu Yang's skills and experience were decades ahead of Lu Yunyin, Chu Ping, and the others. Every time his opponent made a move, he was able to take a step ahead of them and take the initiative to counter them. He had the absolute advantage. Chu Yang had always thought that although their martial power was higher than his, with his experience and skills, defeating them was absolutely not difficult. But in this battle, he knew that he was wrong. Skills and experience were not everything. For example, when Chu Ping attacked with his sword in a rage, Chu Yang knew that as long as he put his finger 3 or 4 fingers behind the tip of the sword, he would be able to push the sword to one side, leaving him wide open. Then he would step forward and fiercely kick his dantian. In fact, he did so. But when his finger touched it, and even half of his palm touched it, he fiercely tried to push it away, but it did not move at all. Although Chu Ping was only a 2nd-level martial warrior, he was much stronger than Chu Yang, a 3rd-level martial disciple. With Chu Yang's martial power, even if he used his skills to break it, he would not be a match for Chu Ping. So Chu Yang was forced to use his sword. Because with his martial power, he could not cause any harm to Chu Ping with his fists and feet. From an outsider's point of view, Chu Yang's fleeting snow cloud movement technique was ever-changing, and his movements were elegant and graceful. It seemed that he had plenty of time to deal with Chu Ping. However, no one knew that Chu Yang's heart was heavy. Even Chu Ping himself did not know how many times Chu Yang had tested him and changed his strategy in this short fight. Being able to force Chu Yang to use his sword was already Chu Ping's pride. Even after using his sword, Chu Yang did not dare to show mercy. Once he showed mercy, he would suffer from the opponent's crazy counterattack. At that time, he would have already used his sword and would not be able to block it. Fleeting snow cloud steps, when practiced to a proficient level, once used, others would not be able to attack him. But when he attacked others, there would definitely be a flaw. Chu Ping could not grasp such an opportunity, but it did not mean that others could not. Dodging was absolutely ingenious, but blindly dodging would never allow one to win. The only way to win was to attack. But once he attacked, he could not maintain a flawless state. There would definitely be a flaw. Everything was mutual. When you attack the opponent's vital point, your own vital point would also be under the opponent's attack. Chu Yang's heart trembled. His eyes flashed with eagerness. Power. Power was the most important thing. Skills were only useful when used against opponents of the same level or not too different. But in the face of absolute power, skills were a joke. And power was what Chu Yang lacked the most right now. Tan Tan stood on the side, watching in a daze. At this moment, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Chu Yang, you are really too handsome." After thinking for a while, he added, "Except that you are a little bit worse than me, handsome." Humph humph. Chu Yang snorted, "Tan Tan, from tomorrow onwards, I will wake you up every morning to practice martial arts with me. I hope that one day, I will also be as handsome as you." Tan Tan's face suddenly became bitter. He bitterly said, You are more handsome than me, is that not enough?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Tan Tan, you see, the current Beyond the Heavens sect is full of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. They can be provoked, but can't be supported. Now, the sect is about to start a big competition. We will choose the successor of Beyond the Heavens sect from these people." Chu Yang's voice was slightly louder. It seemed that he was deliberately saying this for someone to hear. His tone was thick with ridicule. He sneered as if he was referring to something. The heavy burden of Beyond the Heavens sect will fall on these people sooner or later. But can these people protect Beyond the Heavens sect? I am afraid that the destruction of the sect is right in front of them. Tan Tan, I hope that you can stand up and protect yourself. Don't be implicated by others and lose your life. Chapter 25. Tan Tan didn't understand what Chu Yang meant when he saw that Chu Yang had suddenly become so serious. But he still nodded in confusion. Chu Yang smiled slightly and carried Shi Qianshan with Tan Tan, walking through the door. Shi Qianshan was still unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened afterwards. He also did not know that after this battle, he had become famous among the younger brothers of Beyond the Heavens sect. After Lu Yunyan and the others returned, they immediately spread the news. Shi Qianshan had hidden his strength well and was a formidable opponent of this generation's 10 great brothers. As a junior brother, Chu Yang could defeat Chu Ping. Then as a senior brother, Shi Qianshan, what about him? After seeing Chu Ping's injuries, the 8th-generation younger brothers who were eyeing the position of the 10 great brothers covetously immediately listed Shi Qianshan as a dangerous person. Fire, theft, Shi Qianshan, 3 defenses. The muddle-headed Shi Qianshan would never have thought that he would actually become a big shot of Beyond the Heavens sect while he was muddle-headed. It could be seen that nothing was absolute in this world, and a person's fame was full of opportunities. Who knew when his fame would spread far and wide? Chu Yang's keen intuition had already sensed that there was definitely someone watching this scene in the bamboo forest. Although he did not know who it was, he was certain that it was the upper echelon of Beyond the Heavens sect. His master Meng Ran was definitely there, and he was only one of them. Therefore, when Chu Yang said those thoughtless words to Tan Tan, the meaning of those words was naturally to warn Tan Tan, but in the ears of those 3 people, it had a different meaning. Beyond the Heavens sect could not be supported by these useless people. But I, Chu Yang, can do it. Since he had decided to seize the position of the eldest brother and enter 7 Shades congregation grounds to obtain the Calamity Sword, then his words and actions must be known by the upper echelons. Otherwise, he could only be like in his previous life, waiting until 4 years later when Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed to obtain it. What was the point of that? Since he had openly entered the eyes of the upper echelons, then even if he wanted to be low-key, he could not. He might as well make his intentions clear, pat his chest and say, to revitalize Beyond the Heavens sect and protect the sect. If not me, then who? Crazy? Yes, this time I will be crazy. What? Chu Yang and Tan Tan went in for a long time. Then, the bamboo forest slowly swayed. Then, 3 figures miraculously appeared in the purple sea. Each of them had a pensive look in their eyes. Chu Yang's last few words seemed to be implying something. Meng Ran moved and silently appeared in front of the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, 7th senior brother, you came to the purple bamboo garden in such a low-key manner. You really surprised me." One of them was the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Yunliang, and the other was the master of Dream Cloud's Peak, Kong Jingfeng. But Kong Jingfeng's face is still pale. There's a hole in his crotch, and the wind is blowing in. This peak master of Dream Clouds had no choice but to clamp his legs together. It's a weird position. We should be the ones who are truly shocked. Wu Yunliang snorted and said, "Junior Martial Brother-o, it's fine if you keep a low profile, but you didn't even tell me that you taught such a talented junior martial brother? Just now, I was almost scared to death by your disciple." Kong Jingfeng nodded repeatedly, showing his approval of Wu Yunliang's words. He added, "Especially me. I was scared out of my wits." There was a hint of hidden bitterness in his words. Chu Yang's performance just now, no matter what, was enough to surprise these 2 experts of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was even shocking. The fleeting snow cloud footwork that was as agile as a swimming dragon, as graceful as a swan, as the fleeting snow cloud footwork that came and went like a ghost, as well as the killing blow that came and went like a ghost. His calm handling of the situation, and his ability to grasp the right timing. All of these made these 2 important people of Beyond the Heavens sect extremely surprised. The 2 of them asked themselves, if they had the same martial power as Chu Yang and were in the same situation today, they would not have been able to do what Chu Yang did so easily. This junior martial brother of Meng Ran's was incredible. Meng Ran smiled bitterly and said, "You guys were only shocked to the point of almost falling to the ground. Junior martial brother-o, on the other hand, was so shocked that his teeth were about to fall to the ground. You guys see, my eyes are red, but I still can't believe that such a monster appeared in my sect." As he said this, he rolled his eyes with a gloomy face. Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng both laughed. Suddenly, Kong Jingfeng was shocked as he understood Meng Ran's meaning. You were saying that your disciples' martial arts were not taught by you? Meng Ran rolled his eyes. He wanted to deny it, but in the end, he sighed and said, I taught him all this, but even I am afraid. Only then did the two turn pale with fright. Since Chu Yang was able to learn something that others could not, then there was only one explanation. Talent. Unparalleled talent. Wu Yunliang originally thought that Meng Ran had grasped the true cultivation method of the fleeting snow cloud footwork and was full of joy. Hearing Meng Ran's words, he was stunned. After a while, he stuttered. Could it be that the fleeting snow cloud footwork? Meng Ran nodded and said, I did not learn it myself. Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng were both stunned. Could it be that he learned it himself? Wu Yunliang twirled his beard. His hand trembled, almost pulling out a strand of hair. I don't know, Meng Ran sighed, but this disciple of mine is extremely intelligent. I don't know if he learned it himself. The two of them were shocked speechless. Meng Ran spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, making a helpless expression. Normally, the three of them were very serious in front of the other disciples, but in private, they were very relaxed. No matter what, these three disciples of yours. Wu Yunliang pondered for a while, then said, they really have an amazing talent. Saying this, he smiled bitterly and said, with this guy's cultivation, he definitely would not have noticed that I was peeping here. But his last few words were clearly directed at me, the sect leader. Until now, I still do not understand why it was like this. Yes, they have a genius, but they also have a trash. Meng Ran said this with a strange expression. He did not like Shi Qianshan, but he did not like Shi Qianshan's way of doing things. It did not mean that he did not like Shi Qianshan as a person. In Meng Ran's heart, he did not have any hope for Shi Qianshan. Defeating the enemy fair and square is a victory, but using underhanded tactics to kill the enemy, is that not a victory? The only difference is the process. Maybe Shi Qianshan can walk the path of Jianghu's underhanded schemes? But today, Shi Qianshan could have fought, but he was afraid of the opponent and did not fight back. This made Meng Ran's last hope for him extinguish. A hero can be low-key, but a coward will never become a strong person. Trash? You mean Shi Qianshan? Wu Yunliang's eyes flashed with disdain. He smiled noncommittally. It seemed that this Beyond the Heavens sect leader did not have a good impression of Shi Qianshan. Meng Ran sighed slightly. Beyond the Heavens sect has nearly 800 disciples. Which sect does not have a few unworthy disciples? Junior Martial Brother, you do not need to take it to heart. After the first round of elimination, talents will always stand out. Mediocre or trash, they will all become a pile of bones. Wu Yunliang's eyes were deep. He slowly said, Junior Martial Brother, having Chu Yang as your disciple is enough to make up for all your regrets. Your second brother Chu Yang's methods are ruthless, decisive, and meticulous. What's rarest is that he's able to say that it's not right. Moreover, he's able to speak with conviction and confidence. He's a rare talent. He's not simple. Kong Jingfeng nodded deeply, expressing his agreement. Today, the two of them came together to see what Li Jinsong's brothers were going to do. However, their main purpose was to see the hole that tripped Li Jian up. Once again, he calculated the position to be completely sure. Was it true that Beyond the Heavens sect had produced such a genius, whose mind and methods were all first class? After listening to Wu Qianqian's report, they already suspected that Chu Yang was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But for an 8th-generation disciple to have such a keen eye and rich experience, the two of them still did not believe it. That was why they came to investigate. But today, seeing Chu Yang deal with Chu Ping, the two of them understood. There was no need to investigate. It was definitely him. This guy called Chu Yang was definitely a dangerous person. The current Beyond the Heavens sect had internal and external troubles. They really needed talents, especially talents from the younger generation. That was why Wu Yunliang valued Chu Yang. And what Chu Yang wanted was this kind of respect. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort on it? Chapter 26. When Meng Ran heard Wu Yunliang praising Chu Yang, he was feeling complacent. But when he heard Wu Yunliang's words, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Eldest martial brother, you are really in the mood. At this time, you are still talking nonsense. You can't make me cry, right?" Wu Yunliang's mouth seemed to be witty, but his face was very serious. He slowly said, "This Chu Yang, you need to train him well. Our Beyond the Heavens sect has too few people like him." Ming Ran nodded and sighed. "There is nothing we can do about it. Ever since we were stripped of our title as the Great Zhao Empire's national protector sect, we have lost a lot of strength. We have no one in the court, the government discriminates against us, and the other sects bully us. Even if we have a few talents, they are either taken away or killed on the spot. Beyond the Heavens sect is already in a precarious situation. If we cannot protect our own talents, I am afraid that after our generation, Beyond the Heavens sect will no longer exist." Meng Ran's words were a serious reminder and warning. Wu Yunliang's gloomy face revealed a bitter smile. He looked at Kong Jingfeng and said with a smile, "You are the youngest. Are you afraid that we will sell off your favorite disciples?" Meng Ran snorted and said, "We have to be careful. The current Beyond the Heavens sect is no longer the same as before." Wu Yunliang sighed and said, "I know that you have always been dissatisfied with the martial arts competition of the sect's younger disciples. It is true that Beyond the Heavens sect is declining day by day. Holding this kind of competition is undoubtedly exposing our outstanding disciples to the enemy. It increases the chances of them dying, but this is something we have to do." Ming Ran clasped his hands behind his back and snorted softly. "You just want to maintain the customs of Beyond the Heavens sect. If you cannot make up your mind to change, what is the point of us talking about it?" Ming Ran had always been calm. Wu Yunliang had only heard such a cold tone a few times in the dozens of years that they had been in the same sect. Hearing him say this, he knew that junior martial brother was dissatisfied. Slightly sighing, Wu Yunliang said seriously, "If I want to change, it is only a matter of a few words from me. The reason why I still maintain the sect's rules is because I want to refine real gold in a fire." Wu Yunliang's face became cold. He slowly said, "The 8th generation of Beyond the Heavens sect has 800 disciples. Our 7th generation has 70. There were less than 10 people left in the 1st generation of masters and martial uncles. As for the 5th generation ancestral master, the only one left is martial granduncle." The muscles on his face twitched as he clenched his teeth and said, "If my plan succeeds, then of the 1,000 people of Beyond the Heavens sect, there will not be more than 100 people left. And those people will be the cornerstone of our Beyond the Heavens sect's glory. I don't want trash. I don't want mediocrity." Wu Yunliang slowly paced back and forth. His voice was low and deep, but it was like thunder and lightning striking down on people's souls. "Even I, Wu Yunliang, will sacrifice myself when the time comes. The decline of a sect is not a reason for the suppression of various parties. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is an example of this." Wu Yunliang said seriously, "But the rise of a sect requires blood and fire. Rise from the ashes." Meng Ran sighed. "These outstanding disciples, in the eyes of the enemy, will naturally bring them countless dangers, but at the same time, countless opportunities. Only by breaking through all of this can they become pillars of the sect." Wu Yunliang said casually, "If we can't break through and are completely annihilated, then there will be no Beyond the Heavens sect in this world. I don't want to struggle at death's door. I want to dance alone." Kong Jingfeng nodded deeply and said, "Eldest martial brother is right. Living an ignoble life is not as good as dying heroically in battle." Meng Ran's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Eldest martial brother, the decline of our sect is related to the imperial court of Great Zhao. Now that you have such a plan to revive our sect, doesn't that mean that's right?" Wu Yunliang's face was gloomy. "In these 10 years, when I was not in the sect, I was always an Iron Cloud nation. Even if Great Zhao suppressed us, we might not have to rely on Great Zhao. Great Zhao might not be able to last forever." Meng Ran's heart shook violently. Looking at Kong Jingfeng's calm face, he immediately knew that Kong Jingfeng also knew about this. "Eldest martial brother, this is too risky." Meng Ran took a deep breath. His face was full of worry. Wealth comes from danger, Wu Yunliang said emotionlessly. For a sect to rise for the first time, even though it is difficult, it is not impossible. But after their glory, they declined, and when they wanted to rise again, it was even more difficult. We must be prepared for the destruction of our sect. Ming Ran sighed deeply and did not say anything else. 3 days ago, I already sent my younger martial brother to secretly take Qianqian, Shuiyi, and Mu Shang to Ironcloud Nation. First, there was something to do there. Second, it was also the first time for Qianqian, Shuiyi, and Mu Shang to practice in Jianghu. Just think of it as probing the situation. Kong Jingfeng was shocked. Eldest martial brother, how could you let Qianqian go? I knew you would stop me if you knew. That's why I didn't tell you. Wu Yunliang said casually, 3 days have already passed. Even if you want to go back, you can't do it. Kong Jingfeng anxiously said, I have nothing to say if my younger martial brother took Shui Yi and Mu Shang. But why did you let Qian go? This trip is so dangerous. Plus, all the great sects are already eyeing us. What if that is also her fate? Wu Yunliang said coldly, a few days ago, you told me about our sect's female disciples. I was thinking about this matter. Letting Qian go is also to test the horses in Jianghu. Testing the horses in Jianghu. There are so many female disciples in Beyond the Heavens sect. There are many who are not any less beautiful than Qian. But why did you have to send Qian? Kong Jingfeng said angrily, she is your biological daughter. My daughter is my own daughter. Don't tell me that the other female disciples in the sect are all bastards. Do they not have parents to raise them? Are they not the treasures of their parents? Wu Yunliang said heavily, are my, Wu Yunliang's, daughters so delicate? Kong Jingfeng angrily stomped his feet. He looked at his eldest martial brother with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. But she is not only your daughter, she is also our niece. You should not let her take this risk. Because she is my daughter, she has a responsibility to the other female disciples in the sect. Wu Yunliang said coldly, my daughter is not the emperor's princess. If I let her hide in the back and let the other female disciples use their lives to pave the way for her, then I would rather not have this daughter. Beyond the Heavens sect is bathing in fire. The fire is slowly burning. To rise again, there is no price that cannot be paid. There is no one that cannot be sacrificed, including me, including you, and of course, including my daughter. After Wu Yunliang finished speaking, he turned around. His back was as straight as a spear, but on the side where the two could not see, the muscles in the corners of his eyes twitched. I hope Qian can return safely. As a father, sending his own daughter out on such a dangerous mission, how much pressure must his heart bear? Am I really so heartless? But I am not only the father of a daughter, I am also the sect master of 1,000 disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect. When it is time to sacrifice, even if all the disciples are sacrificed, I must do it. But if I can only sacrifice one, then I will sacrifice my daughter, because I am the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Yunliang gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up a little, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not turn around. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, youngest, you must teach Chu Yang well. That fleeting snow cloud steps, that fleeting snow cloud steps. He paused and pondered for a while. Then he slowly said, let him practice well. If he has any tricks, he can learn them himself. You two master and disciple can learn them together. But do not let a third party know. Chapter 27. You only see the benefits, but not the pros and cons. Before the sect is cleaned up, there will be too many spies. If this information is leaked, then it will not be a matter of cultivation. I am afraid that our ultimate skill will become a weapon for the enemy to use against us. Wu Yunliang said casually, before the dust settles, you must not leak this information. You'd better create another set of footwork for him to confuse. Yes. Meng Chao Ran's heart shivered. For Wu Yunliang to say this, it meant that the situation at Beyond the Heavens sect was extremely serious. This was enough to prove that his previous guesses were too optimistic. Confuse? Confuse who? Right now, outsiders do not know. The only ones who know are the disciples of second martial brother. But they still need to confuse. Also, Chu Yang's seven shades absolute god palm. How did he cultivate the in extreme cold chi? This matter is really surprising. However, do not let him relax. Wu Yunliang pondered and said slowly, wait until he reaches a certain level of cultivation. Then let him enter Seven Shades congregation grounds to increase his cultivation. Even though your little brother is a genius, his cultivation is still too low. For now, he will not be of any use. You must be aware of this. Meng Chao Ran nodded thoughtfully. Junior martial brother Meng, I originally had a plan. I saw that your disciple Shi Qianshan is very scheming. He is a suitable candidate. But now, it seems that Shi Qianshan is not very useful. But this Chu Yang, Wu Yunliang smiled. I have a great use for him. A great use? Meng Chao Ran raised his eyebrows. His eyes became sharp. Even in Iron Cloud, we do not have a foundation. The sect needs someone to enter Iron Cloud and act as a spy. Wu Yunliang said seriously. Chu Yang, looking at his performance today, he is without a doubt a suitable candidate. How about we use him as a spy? Meng Chao Ran was stunned. He did not speak for a long time. After a while, he said, this is without a doubt a good opportunity, but it is also very dangerous. In each of these countries, there are as many experts as there are clouds. If we are discovered, it will be a disaster. Chu Yang is still young. I hope senior martial brother will carefully consider this matter. If you don't experience wind and rain, how can you become a talent? Wu Yunliang said, if you always fight with your back against the river, if you don't take big risks, how can you reap the greatest rewards? Therefore, you can rest assured about one thing. The other brothers can be exposed, but Chu Yang won't. After Wu Yunliang finished speaking, he called out to Kong Jingfeng, and the two of them bid farewell to Meng Chaoran. The long figure slowly disappeared. Meng Chaoran stood in front of the purple bamboo garden in disappointment. The three figures looked somewhat heavy. Meng Chaoran let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with worry as he muttered, eldest martial brother, there are some things that cannot be done by the strength of one sect of Beyond the Heavens sect. What could an insignificant Beyond the Heavens sect do between the two countries? Taking a risk out of desperation was an act of helplessness. Fighting with one's back to the river was a taboo. If you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces. Don't overreach yourself. Beyond the Heavens sect can no longer withstand such a huge upheaval. Meng Chao Ran could faintly feel that in this world, there was a huge whirlpool. And Beyond the Heavens sect was at the center of this whirlpool. It could be destroyed at any time. And this whirlpool was actually being pushed forward by Beyond the Heavens sect itself. They were even sparing no effort. Within 10,000 miles of lower three heavens, there were three countries. Any further, and they would be far away from the scope of this battle. Among these three countries, the Great Zhao Empire lived up to its name. Its territory was the most vast. The power of the country was enormous, and its population was also relatively rich. It was dominating one area and was gradually encroaching on the surrounding areas. There was a faint aura of wanting to unify the world. The other two countries were Iron Cloud Nation and Limitless Nation. Even though these two countries' strength could be considered strong, they were far inferior to Great Zhao. The target of Great Zhao's annexation was precisely these two countries. Territorial battles frequently broke out at the borders of the three countries. At this moment, in the capital of Iron Cloud Nation, there were 4 travel-worn people and 4 riders standing in front of Iron Cloud Citadel. 1 old man, 2 young men, and a young woman with a black veil covering her face. All 4 of them had bloodstains on their bodies. Looking at each other, that old man let out a long sigh and said, finally, we are here. Qian, how are you? His voice revealed a sense of relief. I am fine. Wu Qian's eyes revealed fatigue as she shook her head. This time, there were too many interceptions along the way. Our whereabouts should be kept a secret. This should not have happened. This is somewhat abnormal. This old man was the master of Beyond the Heavens sects treading on Cloud's Peak, Bao Kuanglei. Bao, this was a relatively rare surname. Bao Kuanglei was one of Wu Yunliang's younger brothers. He was a courageous and resourceful person. His actions were steady. He dared to fight. and he handled matters flawlessly. His personality was not in line with his name. No matter what, we are finally here. Wu Qianqian smiled. The four people looked at each other. There were some things that needed to be said. There must be a traitor in the sect. Moreover, their status was not low. Let's enter the city. Bao Kuanglei's expression darkened. Then, he raised his spirits and waved his hand. Following the flow of people into the city, they arrived in front of a palace. On a plaque made entirely of silver, there were 3 shining golden words, Thousand Autumns Manor. Thousand Autumns Manor was the crown, manor of Iron Cloud Nation. The crown prince of Iron Cloud Nation lived here. After the announcement, the 4 people entered Thousand Autumns Manor. Under the guidance of a servant, they arrived at the main hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a comfortable chair. A handsome young man wearing a soft yellow robe was reclining on it. He held a book in his hand and seemed to be reading hard. His long eyebrows reached his temples. His face was like a jade crown. A purple jade crown tied up his black hair. This young man was somewhat thin. He seemed to be too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. His hand holding the book was somewhat slender and dry, but it was very stable. His face was filled with a gentle aura. He looked very quiet, very peaceful, and even very weak, making people involuntarily want to protect him. But once he got closer, he would feel that this weak and quiet youth, just sitting there, made people feel like he was the bright moon in the sky, too high to reach. It was as if the power of life and death under the heavens was in the hands of that pair of thin and dry hands. After the servant announced their arrival, the young man put down the book in his hand and slowly turned his head. Looking at the 4 people, his face revealed a smile as if the spring breeze had thawed. He said gently, "The 4 of you have come a long way. Please sit." Bao Kuanglei cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for the seat." He led Wu Qianqian and the other 2 to sit down. This young man was the crown prince of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Bu Tian. At this moment, his eyes swept over the 4 people. Suddenly, he smiled and raised his eyebrows. Invisibly, a murderous aura leaked out. He said lightly, "Was this journey not peaceful?" "Not bad. Along the way, every step was dangerous." Bao Kuanglei sat calmly. They were people of sex and did not belong to the imperial court. When they saw the crown prince, they did not need to greet him. However, Shui Yiming and Qin Mushang were somewhat nervous. "Haha, it seems that someone is working in the dark." Tai Bu Tian smiled faintly. As he laughed, his eyes slowly narrowed. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "But the 4 of you can rest assured. I promise that this kind of thing will not happen in Iron Cloud Nation, not even once." Although he was thin and not very tall, with his hands behind his back and his long eyebrows raised, his eyes indifferently swept around. There was an awe-inspiring aura of a monarch. It was as if the entire heavens and earth were being trampled under his feet. Bao Kuanglei's heart shook. He finally understood the decision of his eldest senior brother. Just by looking at the crown prince of Iron Cloud standing there, one could tell that he was definitely a hero. Chapter 28. The 4 of you will stay here for the time being. Tomorrow morning, I will personally report to my father. Regarding this matter, once my father has made a decision, we will immediately begin. Tai Bu Tian said with a smile. Just a moment ago, he still had the aura of a heavenly sword, but with a smile, his entire temperament seemed to have changed. He was kind and gentle, approachable, and made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. He did not even need to use any special methods to win people's hearts, but this kind of calmness would make people want to die for him.
Yes.
Bao Kuanglei's heart trembled. He could not help but raise his evaluation of this Tai Yun Tai by another level. Although this grand elder was young, he was not simple at all. In his life, no matter if it was young or old, there was no one who could compare to this person. No wonder he was hailed as the #1 genius of the lower 3 heavens, the only natural-born king. Before meeting Tai Bu Tian, Bao Kuanglei did not think much of this, saying, "In this world, what natural-born king?" It was just that he came from a good background, received better education than the average person, studied the arts of the emperor since childhood, and accumulated his aura over a long period of time. As for the number one genius, was there a lack of geniuses in this world? But at this moment, he believed it. That kind of elegance in his bones, the majesty in his soul, and the natural demeanor of a king, made Bao Kuang-lei, a fierce person of the Jianghu, tremble in his soul. At this moment, the purple bamboo garden of Beyond the Heavens sect was in full swing. Beyond the Heavens sect, early morning. Tan Tan was lying on the ground in a tie shape, panting heavily. He rolled his eyes and said, Chu Yang, I admit that you are more handsome than me, okay? You have been too ruthless these days, right? You have almost drilled me to death. These days, whenever Chu Yang got up to practice, he would drag Tan Tan along. Every time Tan Tan was half-dead tired. After a few days, Tan Tan had reached the point where he would tremble in fear whenever he saw Chu Yang. Chu Yang was very precise every time. He knew exactly how long Tan Tan needed to practice to reach the limit of his body. Every time after practice, he would make sure that Tan Tan could not stand up with his own strength without harming his body. Now, every time Tan Tan saw him, it was like seeing a ghost. In the beginning, he was still bragging and narcissistic, but now he didn't even have the time to be narcissistic. Chu Yang took a deep breath, stopped practicing, and stood up. In these 20 days, he hadn't slacked off at all in his cultivation. Currently, he had already raised his cultivation level to martial disciple. He was only one step away from becoming a martial warrior. Feeling the changes in his body, Chu Yang smiled. Only by becoming a martial warrior could one truly begin to temper one's body. Before becoming a martial warrior, if one were to forcefully temper their body, regardless of whether it was their bones or internal organs, they would be severely damaged due to excessive tempering. This principle should still be a misconception in the current lower three heavens, right? Therefore, there was a saying circulating in the lower three heavens, Zhang Qianxiu's rule, martial artist Jia Xiu. He was talking about this matter. It meant that people who practiced martial arts could not live past the age of 10. Although this sentence had the meaning of suppressing martial arts, and this saying was also somewhat arbitrary, every year there were many martial disciples who desperately cultivated in order to raise their cultivation level as soon as possible. However, due to excessive exhaustion, their physical strength was overdrawn, and their bodies could not bear it. Although their cultivation level had increased at that time, when they were about 50 years old, this drawback would be exposed. And once it was exposed, the body was basically destroyed, and there was no way to save it. The time when a martial artist's body suffered the greatest damage was when they were building their foundation as a martial disciple. Only one step away. And the cultivation condition of Calamity Sword's Heavenly Tribulation Divine Technique was to become a martial warrior. In fact, it wasn't just Calamity Sword. Even some of the techniques of the lower three heavens were clearly written on the title page. Those below the martial warrior level are not allowed to cultivate. With a move of his dantian, the new energy that Chu Yang had painstakingly cultivated in the afternoon was swallowed by Calamity Sword. After a while, it was spat out. Although the amount was much less, it was extremely pure. Although this kind of energy was not as pure as Xiantian energy, it was much purer and more condensed than Xiantian energy. It was a world of difference compared to ordinary acquired energy. These days, every time he took a step forward, he would feel Calamity Sword move inexplicably in his body. Over time, Chu Yang had become accustomed to it. The purple crystal jade essence hanging on his neck did not react. Regarding this purple crystal jade essence, Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. The first time he used this purple crystal jade essence to recover his physical strength, the Calamity Sword spirit in his dantian suddenly rushed up. Before Chu Yang could enjoy it, it suddenly cut off the connection. Chu Yang tried several times, but the Calamity Sword spirit cut him off. It clearly wanted him to rely on his own strength to cultivate, and would not let him borrow external forces. However, the Calamity Sword spirit did not care if he used it to recover his physical strength when facing an enemy. Just like when he dealt with Chu Ping, the Calamity Sword spirit did not react at all. But after the battle, he was not allowed to use it. In the face of such an impartial and overbearing supervisor, Chu Yang could only submit. The idea of using the purple crystal jade essence for cultivation was extinguished from his heart. Turning his head to look at Tan Tan's embarrassed appearance, Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Helplessly, he said, "Okay, you should rest." When Tan Tan heard these words, it was as if the emperor's grace was vast and mighty. He almost shed tears of gratitude. He got up with great difficulty and crawled to the side on all fours. Then, he sighed comfortably. On the field, Chu Yang continued to practice his sword drawing and sheathing of the sword. It was a simple and boring movement, but Chu Yang practiced it with the greatest passion and full of concentration every time. The sun slowly rose from the east. Chu Yang's head and body were steaming hot. Beads of sweat dripped down from his head and fell to the ground. Tan Tan finally recovered, but he looked at Chu Yang's movements and slowly saw that he was in a trance. Chu Yang had been repeating the same movements, but Tan Tan found that Chu Yang was doing this movement hundreds of times, and it was different every time. It seemed as if he was adjusting it. It looked a little awkward at first, but it became smoother and smoother later on. In the end, it formed a light curtain. Drawing the sword, sheathing the sword, sheathing the sword. The cycle continued, and the voice gradually became softer. It wasn't obvious, but it did become softer little by little. "Chu Yang, your arm is swollen." Tan Tan looked at Chu Yang for a long time. Suddenly, he found that Chu Yang's elbow and shoulder were abnormally thick. He couldn't help but shout. Chu Yang's face remained unchanged. He was indifferent and expressionless. He continued to practice this movement. He said indifferently, "Is it swollen? It will go away as you practice." "Tan Tan, it's swollen. If you wait for it to go away, then it will be too late. But when you get used to this kind of strength, the swelling will go away. When the swelling goes away, then it will be time for you to improve." Tan Tan was stunned. He suddenly felt ashamed. He felt that he had recovered a lot of strength. He stood up and continued to practice. Meng Chao Ran stood quietly in the purple bamboo forest. Looking at the two martial brothers practicing, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of gratification. The sound of groaning came from the room. It was Shi Qianshan suffering. He had been lying on the bed for 20 days. Chu Ping and the others were ruthless. That day, they broke Shi Qianshan's ribs and thighs. For at least 3 months, Shi Qianshan could not practice martial arts. For half a year, he could not use martial arts. But half a year later, the ranking competition of Beyond the Heavens sect was almost over. This injury was tantamount to destroying Shi Qianshan's future in Beyond the Heavens sect. The torment of the physical body could never be compared to the pain of the heart. Therefore, Shi Qianshan was filled with hatred. Strangely, he did not hate the people who hurt him, but he hated Chu Yang the most. In Shi Qianshan's heart, if it was not for Chu Yang, he would definitely have a meteoric rise. Chapter 29. Shi Qianshan's intuition was very accurate. His current miserable state was entirely caused by Chu Yang. During this period of time, Chu Yang took care of Shi Qianshan in every possible way. Every day, he would come to report to Shi Qianshan. "Eldest martial brother, how are you? I have broken through to the 5th level of martial disciple today." "Eldest martial brother, I broke through to the 7th level today. I am now at the 7th level." These good news made Shi Qianshan feel like he was being pierced by thousands of arrows. His mood was extremely gloomy, and the recovery of his injuries was even slower. Even when his mood was extremely bad, his injuries showed signs of worsening. However, Shi Qianshan should not have hated Chu Yang, but also Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan. He hated them to the bone. How could Chu Yang advance so quickly? It must be because Meng Chao Ran was biased. Master must have a miraculous elixir that could quickly increase a person's cultivation. After so many years, he did not give it to me, but gave it to Chu Yang. Thinking about this, Shi Qianshan's heart was burning with jealousy. In the end, he could not live under the same sky with Meng Chao Ran. After that day, although Meng Chao Ran's attitude was somewhat cold, he still took care of Shi Qianshan. Meng Chao Ran did not hesitate to use his martial power to connect Shi Qianshan's meridians, to relieve his pain, and to find elixirs to help him recover. However, Shi Qianshan's hatred for the house extended to its crow. He even hated his master, who had treated him with great kindness. He actually hated him so much that he gnashed his teeth. Therefore, Shi Qianshan wanted revenge. Outside Shi Qianshan's room, there was a small pond. It was only half the size of a room and about 10 feet deep. The spring water from the purple bamboo garden flowed through here, filling the pond, and then continued to flow downwards, forming a small stream. Therefore, the water in this pond was always clear, and the bottom could be seen. The water that Chu Yang and the others usually drank came from here. Now, Shi Qianshan was lying on the bed, trying his best to support his body. He quietly took out a paper bag from under the bed. Inside the bag was the soul-shattering powder. 5 kinds of strange poisons mixed together, colorless and tasteless. It was said that there was no cure. Putting it in the food, it was like a delicious condiment, stimulating people's appetite. Shi Qianshan's lips were trembling, and his fingers were also trembling. However, he still resolutely pulled over the candle at the head of the bed. His right hand slowly broke off a piece from the bottom. His face was sometimes red and sometimes pale, as if he was having an intense inner conflict. But his fingers didn't stop moving. He carefully wrapped the whole packet of soul-severing powder into a wax pill. Then, he hid the wax ball under his blanket. Since I've already been destroyed, how can I let you have it easy? In any case, I'm heavily injured. No matter what, even if everyone here dies, they won't suspect me. If I'm the only one left in Purple Bamboo Garden, the sect master will definitely give me preferential treatment out of consideration for our past relationship. That way, I still have a chance. I don't need to rely on you, Meng Chao Ran. I can still get up. Die. All of you are already dead. Right now, Shi Qianshan's heart was already on the verge of madness. The sun slowly rose and hung above their heads. Shi Qianshan tilted his head and listened. Then, he clenched his teeth and flicked his finger. The wax ball flew out of his hand. He only heard a soft thump sound from outside. The wax ball had obviously fallen into the pond. Shi Qianshan let out a long sigh and slumped back onto the bed. His eyes flashed with guilt and shame. But what followed was an indescribable viciousness and madness. He clenched his teeth and tightly grasped the thin blanket on his body with his right hand. He used so much strength that he almost scratched a hole in the thin blanket. But he finally relaxed his body. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Water is running water. If the poison is put in it, it will be washed away early. If it's too late, the poison won't have enough time to disperse. According to the usual lunchtime, this time was just right. He calculated the time. After another quarter of an hour, he heard the sound of Tan carrying a wooden bucket to fetch water. He hurriedly crawled back into the blanket, closed his eyes, and loudly groaned twice. After a long while, the sound of ding ding dang 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 could be heard. Tan's strange humming sound could be heard. Then, a strong fragrance of food wafted out. Shi Qianshan silently and viciously laughed. Meng Chao Ran, Tan, and Chu Yang sat around the table. Looking at the tempting fragrance of the food on the table, Tan's pair of eyes looked at his master. He felt even more hungry. As soon as Meng Chao Ran opened his mouth, he would immediately start wolfing down the food. But Meng Chao Ran looked at the food and frowned. The color of the food was the same as usual. The fragrance was also very strong, but it seemed a little too fragrant. It was a little strange. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Meng Chao Ran pondered for a while. He just picked up the chopsticks, but then slowly put them down. He turned his head to look at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but feel moved. Chu Yang also turned his head to look at the food. He had a thoughtful look. Meng Chao Ran couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He could feel it. This was the result of decades of Jianghu experience. Moreover, he had always been cautious. In addition, he had trained himself in countless life and death situations. Only then did he develop such a keen sense. If it was an ordinary person, how could they notice the unusual fragrance of the food? The more fragrant it was, the more they wanted to eat it. But how did Chu Yang notice it? He was only 10 years old. Moreover, he had never gone out before. How could he have such observation skills? Tan, you cooked the food, right? Chu Yang calmly smiled and asked. Yes, you guys quickly eat. It's so fragrant. I can't help it. Tan Tan pitifully begged. Chu Yang thoughtfully looked at the rippling water outside. He turned his wrist and a mysterious crystal jade needle appeared in his hand. He poked it in the vegetable soup. The jade needle's tip suddenly changed color. It was a frightening blue. Tan Tan's face changed. He was about to cry out in alarm. Chu Yang didn't turn his head. It seemed that he had already expected his reaction. He reached out his hand and covered his mouth. His gaze was still fixed on the food. He said heavily, Tantan couldn't have poisoned it. Then it's the water. Meng Chao Ran's heart shook again. He had just thought of this. It was impossible for him to poison Tantan's food. Moreover, he had watched Tantan grow up. He had never even touched poison. So how could he have poisoned it? Meng Chao Ran took a deep breath. His chest heaved up and down. Suddenly, his face was filled with anger. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Shi Qianshan's room. I'll go, Chu Yang calmly said. You? What are you going to do? Meng Chao Ran's face was ugly. I'll make him satisfied, Chu Yang lightly said. Meng Chao Ran quietly lowered his eyes. He gently smiled and said, Then you go. He paused and said, Don't go too far. Give him a chance to explain. Maybe, maybe not. Although his voice was soft, it was full of bitterness and exhaustion. No matter how unfilial Shi Qianshan was, he was still a disciple that he had taught for 7 or 8 years. Chu Yang suggested that he would handle it. He fully understood Meng Chao Ran's feelings. Although Meng Chao Ran was angry for Shi Qianshan, he also felt gratified for Chu Yang's understanding. Chu Yang nodded. He took the food that he had prepared for Shi Qianshan and walked out. He walked into Shi Qianshan's room and said with a smile, Eldest martial brother, it's time to eat. Isn't it always Tantan who brings food? Why is it you today? Shi Qianshan looked at him with surprise. Tantan is so tired today that he can't get up. Chu Yang kindly smiled and said, We are martial brothers. Isn't it the same if Tantan and I come? Eldest senior brother has racked his brains to take care of us for so long. His feelings are deep. It's time for me to repay him. Shi Qianshan snorted and said, My appetite is not good today. I don't want to eat. Put it aside first. What a joke. He clearly knew that there was poison in the food. Moreover, he had personally poisoned it. How could he eat it? On the other side, Meng Chao Ran, who had been concentrating his martial power to listen, could not help but snort. He still felt that it was inconceivable. The disciple that he had taught for 7 or 8 years wanted to poison him. Therefore, although he knew that it was impossible, he still wanted Chu Yang to give Shi Qianshan a chance to explain. He still had hope. Now that he heard Shi Qianshan's words, he immediately gave up. Chu Yang smiled and said, How can you not eat? Humans are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Moreover, you are injured and need nourishment. Come, quickly eat. Once you eat, everything will be fine. Shi Qianshan frowned and said with disgust, I said that I won't eat. Quickly get out. Why won't you eat? Could it be that there is poison inside? Chu Yang said sincerely, Eldest martial brother, you and I have been martial brothers for so many years. Could it be that I would poison you? Quickly eat. Chapter 30. Shi Qianshan's face changed. Chu Yang's words had poked at his sore spot. He could not help but raise his head and look at Chu Yang. He asked, What do you mean? You'll understand what I mean after you eat. Chu Yang looked at him. His eyes gradually became cold. He said slowly, I want to see if the poison in this bowl of rice can kill people. To tell you the truth, I have always been curious about this. Shi Qianshan's heart sank. He forced a smile and said, You? What kind of joke is this? Chu Yang smiled mischievously and said, Isn't this joke fun? Then let's do something fun. Suddenly, he carried the bowl to the bed and sat on it. He sat on Shi Qianshan's broken thigh. Crack! The bone that was just about to heal was broken again. Shi Qianshan screamed in pain. His whole body convulsed and trembled. Sweat as big as soybeans appeared on his face. His body was curled up like a shrimp. Just as he was about to scream, a piece of cotton was stuffed into his mouth. It was unknown when Chu Yang had pulled it out of the quilt. Chu Yang's movements were swift and agile, without the slightest hesitation. He completed the task in an instant. Perhaps even an old convict who had been working in the government for decades would not be able to match his fluidity at this moment. Shi Qianshan's screams were forcibly blocked and turned into a whimper. He could not make a sound. He could only stare at Chu Yang with a pair of frightened eyes. He shook his head repeatedly and sweat fell like rain. Chu Yang held the bowl in one hand and did not move an inch. However, his other hand gripped Shi Qianshan's neck. He leaned over and looked at him coldly. He said in a deep voice, "Shi Qianshan, I did not want to kill you so early. I have not vented enough. Unfortunately, what you have done today has crossed my bottom line." Shi Qianshan whimpered. His eyes were full of hatred and fear. He struggled with all his might, but it affected his wound. It was so painful that sweat poured out. "Shi Qianshan, let's not talk about how you have treated me in Tantan for the past few years. 8 years ago, your entire family was robbed at the foot of Broken Cloud Mountain. Your entire family's lives were at the hands of the bandits, and it looked like they were about to lose their lives. Your own sister was also about to be raped by the bandits. It was Master who passed by there and saved your family's lives, as well as your sister's reputation. After that, your whole family knelt on the ground and begged. Master saw that your talent was not bad, so he took you in as a younger brother, taught you martial arts, and taught you knowledge. It's fine if you don't know how to repay kindness, but today, you actually poisoned Master and wanted to kill him? Are you still human?" Chu Yang growled in a low voice. "You are simply heartless and unscrupulous." Shi Qianshan's eyes revealed a look of shame, but he quickly hid it. He glared at Chu Yang fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He actually didn't repent at all. Suddenly, he coughed violently, and a stream of blood gushed up from his throat. The force of the coughing was so strong that the cotton ball in his mouth was flushed out. Fresh blood splattered onto the blanket in front of his chest. He stared at Chu Yang, but didn't cry out in pain. "Chu Yang, don't pretend to be a hypocrite here. In front of me, it's useless. Your tricks, I have long since disdained to use them." Shi Qianshan's voice was low, and he coughed. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. He said hatefully, "I am ungrateful. So what? I wanted to kill you all with poison. So what? I am ambitious, heartless, and unscrupulous. So what?" Shi Qianshan gasped for breath, and his chest heaved up and down. "If it weren't for you, Chu Yang, this time, how could I have broken my leg and be seriously injured? If it weren't for my broken leg, how could I have lost the opportunity to participate in the great competition of the peaks? If it weren't for losing this opportunity, how could my life be so gloomy? Everything is because of you, Chu Yang. You and I cannot live under the same sky. As for Master, ha ha ha." Shi Qianshan sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You think Meng Chao Ran has a good heart? Why did he save my family that year? Wasn't it because he liked my sister's beauty? If it weren't for my father's timely detection and immediately married my sister after returning home, I'm afraid she would have fallen into his hands. Don't look at his usual righteous appearance. He is actually a perverted scoundrel. Sometimes at night, he even calls Chu Chu, Chu Chu. Do you think I didn't hear it? Chu Chu is my sister's nickname. That perverted scoundrel." He knew that he would not be spared today, and he actually spilled out all the viciousness in his heart to his heart's content. In the dining hall, Meng Chao Ran, who was listening to the commotion, suddenly trembled. His face turned purple, and with a pa sound, the teacup in his hand was crushed. The broken pieces fell from his hand. Meng Chao Ran's beard suddenly stood up, and he fiercely exhaled. This breath shot out, and with a peep sound, it actually pierced a big hole in the thick wooden door. "Ha ha ha. I said it. I said it. This old man. What great kindness. Ha ha ha." Shi Qianshan laughed crazily. Chu Yang roared, and his palms struck down. Suddenly, with a peep sound, a big hole appeared in the wall. Dust flew everywhere, and Meng Chao Ran entered through the hole and grabbed Chu Yang's wrist. He knew that Chu Yang would not be able to endure these words and would definitely immediately attack, so he did not have time to enter through the door. "You, old man, what else do you have to say?" When Shi Qianshan saw him enter, he instinctively shrank back, and then he actually fiercely shouted. Shi Qianshan's hand that was holding Chu Yang's wrist slowly lowered. He quickly took 2 deep breaths and miraculously recovered his calmness. He looked at Shi Qianshan's eyes without any emotion and slowly said, Shi Qianshan, today, I will expel you from the sect. Shi Qianshan laughed and then coughed and said, Meng Chaoran, do you think that at this time, Master Shi still cares about the identity of your little brother? Pei. Meng Chaoran's eyes became cold, but his voice was still calm. He said in a deep voice, Shi Qianshan, your sister Shi Chu Chu is indeed beautiful, but not to the extent that I, Meng Chaoran, can't forget her. Shi Qianshan snorted and said mockingly, then why did you call my sister's name in your sleep? Are you crazy? Meng Chaoran's eyes flashed with anger, but it was immediately replaced by sadness. I did not call your sister. I am 48 years old this year. 8 years ago, I was 40 years old. Your sister was only 15. Haha, although she is beautiful, I, Meng Chaoran, am not that despicable. He smiled bitterly and said, I called Chu Chu, not Chu Chu. Chu Chu. Yi Chu Chan is my lover, my wife. We have been separated for 20 years already. I miss her all the time. Meng Chaoran coldly said, that year, I saved your whole family. One of the reasons was that your sister's name and her, there was a word in her name that had the same pronunciation. Otherwise, in Jianghu, where the weak are prey to the strong, I, Meng Chaoran, would not meddle in other people's business. Shi Qianshan made a sound in his throat and was unable to say anything. He finally understood. No wonder sometimes when Master called my sister's name, his accent was so strange. So he was not calling her. Suddenly, it was too late for regrets. For a moment, his intestines turned green. He had suspected for so many years. He had hated for so long. It turned out that it was his own wishful thinking. Meng Chaoran took a deep breath and said indifferently, the reason why I had to make it clear was not for you. It was also to send you on your way. There seemed to be some contradiction in these words, but Chu Yang knew that Meng Chaoran's explanation was meant for him. He did not want his own brother to misunderstand him. He did not want his own sacred feelings to be misunderstood. He needed someone to be a witness. Even though it had been so many years, Meng Chaoran's heart still did not allow any blasphemy. This time, Shi Qianshan had touched Meng Chaoran's absolute bottom line. Shi Qianshan's face changed. He struggled and shouted, Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was confused. I deserve to die. Please, please forgive me this time. As he shouted, tears flowed down his face. It's too late. You must know that in life, some things can be wrong, but some things cannot be wrong. Once you make a mistake, you will pay with your life. Meng Chaoran coldly shook his head. He slowly stretched out his hand. His eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, but he did not care about Shi Qianshan's begging. Chapter 31. Chu Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He rushed forward and slapped his palm on Shi Qianshan's chest. Pa! Shi Qianshan's chest bones were shattered. His body jerked and his eyes bulged out. Blood started to flow out of his mouth and nose. He fell backward and stopped breathing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk dead. Meng Ran looked at him and understood what he meant. He could not help but sigh. Master, it's better for younger brother to do it. He has bullied us for a long time. Today is a good time to vent. Chu Yang said calmly. Meng Ran looked at Dong Shuebing and patted his shoulder. But in the end, she did not say anything and walked out. Personally killing the younger brother that he had raised for 8 years. With Meng Ran's character, after killing him, he would probably hold a grudge. But it was different when Chu Yang did it. Although he died in front of him, he was not the one who killed him. That kind of feeling would be much lighter. How could Meng Ran not understand Chu Yang's intention? Chu Yang also sighed. Looking at Shi Qianshan's corpse, he could not help but hatefully say, dying so quickly is really too easy for you. These words were not wrong. If Meng Ran did not suddenly come, with Chu Yang's methods and the accumulated hatred of 2 lives, he would definitely make Shi Qianshan beg for death. Chu Yang also finally understood why Meng Ran named himself Chu Yang. First, it was because of the Chu character on the jade pendant. Second, it was because of the Chu character in Yi Chu Chen's name. Chu Yang. Does it not mean the morning sun? And Chu Chun. Does it not have the same meaning as my name? And Tan Tan's Tan character. Does it not mean the appearance of the tan flower? Was that Meng Ran lamenting the shortness of his love? Chu Yang suddenly understood how bitter his master's heart was. The most painful thing in life is separation in life and death. And in these 4 words, separation in life is in front. This means that separation in life is much more painful than separation in death. Separation in death is painful for a while, but separation in life is painful for a lifetime. As long as one is alive, this pain and torment will never end. Yi Chu Chun. Chu Yang silently muttered. Then, he calmly looked in the direction that Meng Ran had gone. He then said in his heart, Master, I will remember this name. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Shi Qianshan's corpse. His eyes were wide open. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. He finally realized that he had truly changed the course of his life. In his previous life, Shi Qianshan should have lived for 4 years. However, in less than a month after his rebirth, Shi Qianshan died in his own hands. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he wrapped the corpse in a quilt and slowly walked out. However, she was surprised to find that Tan Tan had prepared a table of dishes during this period of time. And the dishes were placed on the table. They were steaming hot. What was even more surprising was that Meng Ran didn't disappear either. He just sat there quietly, as if waiting for him. Everything was as it had always been. When Tan Tan saw Chu Yang come in, his eyebrows twitched. He rubbed his hands and asked with some apprehension, That eldest martial brother, Shi Qianshan? Dead. I killed him. Chu Yang said casually and then sat down. Tan Tan nodded and lowered his head. He suddenly felt that he didn't have anything to eat. Just now, he also heard Shi Qianshan's words. In his heart, he also felt that Shi Qianshan deserved to die. However, he didn't know why, but there was still a faint sadness in his heart. After all, they had been together for so many years. And before this, Tan Tan had never seen Shi Qianshan's true colors. Meng Ran was silent for a while. He picked up his chopsticks and said, Let's eat. His expression was calm as if this matter had never happened. This purple bamboo garden had never had a person named Shi Qianshan. The 3 of them were silent. The atmosphere at the banquet was heavy to the extreme. Chu Yang also didn't say anything. Master Meng Ran didn't need any consolation at this time. Even if he felt that it wasn't worth it, he would be able to adjust himself in a few days. However, it was Shi Qianshan's last words that evoked Meng Ran's emotional pain. This emotional turmoil in his heart would probably last for a long time. After Meng Ran finished eating, he saw that Chu Yang was also wolfing down his food. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, Chu Yang, this is your first time killing someone, right? If I remember correctly, you haven't even killed a single animal before. Chu Yang was startled and said, Yes. Only then did he remember that he was too calm after killing someone. In the eyes of Meng Ran, who was experienced in Jianghu, this was undoubtedly a very surprising matter. Even though he was a martial artist, no matter how evil he was, when he killed someone for the first time, there would always be some abnormality. But now, Chu Yang's first time killing someone was his eldest martial brother whom he had lived with for 8 years. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have any effect on his food. How could this not be strange? Your mentality is like that of a natural killer. Meng Ran smiled faintly and said. After saying this, he suddenly remembered Wu Yunliang's suggestion. In his heart, he approved of the possibility of Chu Yang doing that dangerous mission. With this kind of calmness, even to the point of being callous, to do that mission, there was absolutely no need to worry about being exposed. However, Meng Ran was still somewhat uneasy. His mood was very conflicted. That was an opportunity, but at the same time, it was also a path of death. A natural killer. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In his heart, he thought, even though this is the first time I killed someone in this life, in my previous life, I had already killed tens of thousands of people. How could I not be calm? I was already numb. Killing a person was not as effective as killing a dog. Shi Qianshan deserved to die. Little brother killing him was a matter of course. There was no pressure, and it was very satisfying. Chu Yang said seriously. Ming Ran looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. He said, "Very good," and no longer spoke. 3 days quickly passed. On this night, Chu Yang sat alone in the depths of the purple bamboo forest, feeling the energy of heaven and earth. He had a premonition that today, he should be able to break through to martial warrior. Since the day he killed Shi Qianshan, the ruthlessness in his heart had been aroused. Chu Yang had always felt his dantian's qi fluctuating violently. It was as if a bloodthirsty emotion was awakening, struggling and roaring. This was the ruthlessness that was left in his soul when he practiced the emotionless sword path in his previous life. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort to suppress this emotion and continued to cultivate calmly. However, from that moment on, the true energy in his body suddenly surged. It was as if he was about to break through some shackles. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and controlled the energy whirlpool in his dantian. The Calamity Sword seemed to have become the core. The energy whirlpool circled around the Calamity Sword in his dantian. Like lightning, it rushed out of his dantian and rushed into his meridians. With a sharp energy, it passed through his meridians. It gradually went up. After it passed through his meridians, it had already formed a vast energy flow. Chu Yang's mind moved, and the energy flow broke away from the circulation channel of a martial disciple. It brazenly continued to rush up to the bottleneck of a martial warrior. Boom! Chu Yang only felt a sudden thunderous sound in his body. His body shook violently, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 streaks of blood came out of his nostrils. His face was flushed red. However, the vast energy flow had already broken through the bottleneck. It charged forward little by little in the newly opened meridians. Chu Yang controlled it with his mind. After breaking through, it was the first time he circulated his martial power through the new meridians. He must be careful. Otherwise, there would be damage. This damage was invisible, but it could restrict a person's future achievements. It was as if he was crossing a wooden bridge. After guiding the energy flow through one cycle, Chu Yang was already sweating profusely. However, he did not relax and continued to circulate. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 1 cycle. After the cycle was completed, Chu Yang suddenly exhaled. He felt that there was no strength in his body, but his whole body felt as comfortable as if he was immersed in warm water. The breath he exhaled, even in the pitch-black darkness of the night, flashed in front of him and then dissipated into the air. In a hidden corner of the purple bamboo forest, Meng Ran stood motionless. His body was already covered with frost marks, and he was concentrating on protecting his younger brother. The moment Chu Yang broke through, Meng Ran also let out a long sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. Chu Yang's path of cultivation had taken another step forward. Chapter 32. Chu Yang only broke through to martial warrior. How could he force out the impurities in his meridians? What kind of monstrous disciple did I get? Meng Chao Ran was completely stunned. To be able to shock the usually carefree Meng Chao Ran to such an extent, this was definitely the first time in Beyond the Heavens sect. If Wu Yunliang and the others knew about this, their eyeballs would probably fall to the ground. Normally, when a martial warrior breaks through, they force out the impurities in their body. These impurities are acquired and are called body transformation. Martial warriors, from level 1 to peak martial warrior, basically remove the impurities on the surface of the body. After that is martial masters. Martial masters also force out the impurities in their body step by step, making their body more suitable for cultivation. Martial masters force out the impurities in their body, including the 5 viscera. These are also acquired impurities. This step is called body transformation. After that, when a martial great master breaks through, the impurities in their meridians are also acquired. It was only at this stage that he could be considered to have reached the stage of cultivation. This step is called meridian cleansing. Above martial great master, when a revered martial artist cultivates, it is time to force out the impurities in the deepest part of the body. This step is called meridian cleansing. Meridian cleansing is also the last step of refining the body. Now, Chu Yang had only broken through to martial warrior, but he had already reached the meridian cleansing stage. How could Meng Ran not be shocked? It must be known that the current Meng Ran was only at the late stage of meridian cleansing. Chu Yang often let out a sigh of relief. He had finally broken through to martial warrior. In other words, as long as he obtained the first fragment of Tribulation Sword, he could immediately cultivate Tribulation Divine Technique. Meng Ran was surprised, but Chu Yang was not surprised at all. Every morning, he persisted in doing the same set of movements, constantly removing the impurities in his body. The impurities on the surface of his body, muscles, and bones had already been removed. These were the marvelous movements of Tribulation Sword. They were the secrets of the human body. Although it was only one movement, it allowed the entire body to move from inside to outside at the same time. At the same time, it created a pressure several times stronger, removing the impurities. It was just this set of seemingly ordinary movements, but it was hard to find even with tens of thousands of gold. It was a martial artist's treasure. Chu Yang stood up. His feet were nailed to the ground as if they were nailed to the ground. His upper body slowly leaned back. His waist seemed to have been broken. His head was bent all the way between his legs. Then, his hands reached under his crotch and grabbed his chin. Then, he exerted his strength, and his body suddenly bounced up from the ground in the shape of a round ball. It was spinning in the air. Meng Ran noticed that while he was spinning in the air, every part of his body was still moving in this position. From his neck to his toes, the sound of joints cracking could be heard, one after another. Meng Ran was shocked. Although he didn't know the effect of this action, he knew that it was extremely difficult. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it the first time. Chu Yang spun 7 or 8 times in the air before landing on the ground. He rolled back and forth on the ground in a circle. Then, his body suddenly stretched out like a chick breaking out of an eggshell. The sound of the joints in his body became even more intense. Then, he slowly stood up. His body was in a posture that was almost like a toddler learning to walk. When he stood up, his legs trembled no less than 1,000 times. Every tremble was accompanied by a crisp sound from the depths of his bones. In the end, he steadied his body. The sound of the joints in his body weakened, but his 2 arms slowly stretched out in a strange position. Another burst of cracking sounds came from his arms. Meng Ran was almost stunned. He finally understood the meaning of this set of movements. But when he thought about it, he was horrified. This set of movements was clearly the trajectory of life. Every movement seemed strange and incomprehensible, but they were all full of traces of the great Tao. From nothing to something, becoming an egg, gestating, breaking out of the shell, standing up. This was the trajectory of life belonging to the birds. Chu Yang made 4 movements and then stopped. This was also a set of movements contained in the Calamity Sword. Only after entering the martial warrior realm could he practice this set of movements. If he practiced this set of movements as a martial disciple, he was afraid that he would break all the bones in his body. The pain he had to endure to practice this set of movements was not much lighter than breaking bones. Moreover, it was a continuous pain that penetrated into the bone marrow. But from beginning to end, Chu Yang did not even make a sound. If he made a sound, he would lose his vitality, and the effect would be greatly reduced. After his rebirth, Chu Yang had already made up his mind. Either he did not do it, or he did it to the best of his ability. He took a deep breath. At this time, the sweat on his body surged out violently. On the ground, it was quickly soaking through at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master, these 4 movements are called the limitless Tao of heaven and earth. There are too many mysteries in it, and I don't understand them fully. Master, please correct me. Chu Yang did not turn his head and said lightly. He knew that his master must be protecting him. Although he did not notice, Meng Ran was definitely there. Because it was only 4 years later in his previous life that he found out that every time the 3 of them broke through, although Meng Ran seemed indifferent on the surface, he was even more nervous than them. Every time, he had to be fully alert to secretly protect them. When they broke through, they only needed to work hard, but their master had to suffer in secret for several days. But Meng Ran never said anything. He was a person who only did and did not say anything. By the time Chu Yang understood his master's good intentions, it was already too late. In this life, how could he miss it? Meng Chaoran chuckled and walked out of the purple bamboo forest. He asked, "How did you know I was here?" Chu Yang smiled. His eyes shone with deep emotion. He said, "When we broke through, Master was not here. When we were cultivating, we were never disturbed. When we were breaking through, there wasn't even a mosquito by our side. It was absolutely quiet, not to mention other snakes, insects, and rats. In this purple bamboo forest that is filled with these things, isn't it strange?" Meng Chaoran smiled with gratification. He said, "You worked hard. Breaking through is your own ability. I was just secretly watching." Meng Chaoran did not say anything, but his heart was moved. He knew that Chu Yang's set of movements were deliberately done for him to see. It was so that he could also practice and improve his ability to protect himself. This set of movements was full of traces of the great Tao. It was absolutely beneficial for him to comprehend martial arts. He did not say anything, but his heart secretly remembered it. This set of movements was absolutely precious. He really did not know where Chu Yang learned it, but Meng Chaoran did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. If Chu Yang did not want to take the initiative to say it, he would not ask. He respected his disciple's privacy. Chu Yang is my disciple. Knowing this is enough. Meng Chaoran stood for a while and went back. How could he not know that Chu Yang was on the verge of breaking through? He had been observing Chu Yang's movements every day for several days. He was mentally exhausted, but Chu Yang had just broken through, so he did not feel sleepy. It was late at night. Chu Yang hugged his knees and sat alone on the peak of the mountain. He looked at the dark night and his heart was in turmoil. "Qingwu, I am already a martial warrior. Soon, I will be able to cultivate to the tribulation level and have the power to protect you. I will not let you suffer any harm. Where are you now?" The Qingwu now is only 10 years old, right? As Chu Yang thought, he could not help but smile gently. I wonder how Qingwu looks like now. Is she still a little girl? With a ponytail? In his previous life, he met Imo Qingwu after the New Year. At that time, Imo Qingwu was 10 years old. He was 25 years old. Thinking of Imo Qingwu at that time, Chu Yang's mind wandered. He still remembered that Imo Qingwu also liked purple bamboo. And because of the warmth of his childhood, he always chose a place to cultivate in seclusion. He would always find a patch of purple bamboo. So, it was at Nirvana? In the purple bamboo forest on the heavenly mist peak, he met Imo Qingwu for the first time. And finally, Imo Qingwu was attacked near the purple bamboo forest on the heavenly mist peak. Inside, there were a few bamboo houses that Imo Qingwu built herself. There were a few young bamboos. Imo Qingwu carefully planted them on the path to welcome him. He remembered that Imo Qingwu had said at that time, "Chu Yang, if I die one day, please burn my body into ashes and scatter them on this path. Plant my heart and soul on this path, just so that when you walk from here, you can step on me. I would rather let you step on everything I have, even if you are not here to see me, but just to see these purple bamboos. But please let me feel that you are here, that will be enough." Qingwu, Qingwu, Chu Yang's heart ached as he called out to her. He smiled gently, his eyes full of anticipation. The first one has been sent to sleep. Brothers and sisters who have tickets, throw a few tickets. *G. Chapter 33. As the night deepened, it was nearing the third night watch period. Chu Yang sat like a rock, deep in thought. His sleeves gently fluttered in the night wind, but he did not move an inch. The fourth night watch period arrived. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into the deepest darkness. Chu Yang was about to get up and return to his room when he suddenly felt something strange. His eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked towards the left side of the mountain road. On the left side was a road that led to beyond the heavens sect. It diverged from another mountain range and was very hidden. Under Chu Yang's gaze, a few shadows suddenly appeared at the bottom of the cliff. They were as fast as the wind and disappeared like ghosts in the dark night. The direction they disappeared in was actually the direction of beyond the heavens sect. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. The fourth night watch period was the best time for night walkers to move. Moreover, The darkest time was less than half an hour. These people had clearly been hiding here for a long time, but they had to wait until now to act. They definitely did not have good intentions. Thinking of Ming Rant's words about protecting beyond the heavens sect, Chu Yang's eyes became serious. He suddenly got up and rushed down the cliff like a meteor. Using the cliff wall as support, he reached the bottom. Then, using the mountain rocks and trees as cover, he quickly chased after the three people. Although he was only a first-grade martial warrior, he was not the least bit afraid. Even if he was no match for them, he was still confident that he could escape. If these people really had bad intentions, Chu Yang felt that he was quite competent in causing trouble. He chased after them for a few miles. Chu Yang's movements were light and graceful, seemingly slow but actually fast. If there was an expert watching from the side, he would definitely be shocked. Every place he landed was an absolute blind spot. As he flew, he constantly used objects to cover his body. He seemed to be looking for temporary cover, but every time, it was absolutely flawless. His body was floating a few feet away, but his eyes were always looking for cover within a few feet of him. He had already made a perfect plan. Chu Yang continued to move forward. After chasing for 5 miles, he could already see the mountain gate of Beyond the Heavens sect in the distance. Chu Yang suddenly felt something and immediately stopped. His body flashed and he was already in the shadows. Then, he laid his body flat on the mountain rock and moved forward. Although it was a little slow, there was absolutely no sound coming from him. The three shadows were waiting quietly in a valley at the corner of the mountain. Not far in front of them was the mountain gate of Beyond the Heavens sect. Over there were younger brothers who were on duty day and night. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Each mountain peak sent out one person to supervise and restrict each other, as well as to keep each other company. Other than the purple bamboo garden, the other peaks of Beyond the Heavens sect were all within this mountain gate. These people obviously didn't dare to force their way in. Although they were not afraid of these gatekeepers with their strength, they would still alert the enemy. It seemed like they were waiting, or were they going to meet here? Chu Yang thought to himself. Then, he slowly moved forward another 30 feet. He was now less than 100 feet away from those three people. The three of them were all black turban sect G-faces. They were carefully hiding behind a large rock. Chu Yang looked at the place where they were hiding and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. These three people seemed to be Jianghu veterans. The place they chose to hide in was a blind spot on 3 sides. Moreover, this was the only side where there were 2 exits. One of the exits was relatively hidden. In other words, even if there was an accident, they could escape quickly and not be caught by the enemy. Chu Yang held his breath. His body was like a rock as he quietly waited. His patience and confidence could be compared to anyone in the world. Time slowly slipped away. Among the 3 people, a slightly thin figure seemed to be somewhat impatient. He slightly adjusted his posture and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't we agree on this time? Why hasn't that damned guy come yet?" "Don't be impatient." Another black-clothed man cautiously looked around and whispered a warning. Then, he raised his head and looked around. He suspiciously said, "Why do I feel like there's movement?" Hearing this, the other 2 also became alert. They pricked up their ears and looked around. Chu Yang's breathing rate remained the same. He treated their words as farts. Motionless. This was a kind of reaction. It was like a person walking alone at night. If someone was following behind him, he would have this kind of reaction even if he didn't turn his head. Not to mention martial artists, even ordinary people had this kind of reaction ability. But if he turned his head and didn't find anything, he would just treat it as an illusion. Sure enough, after the 3 people looked around, they all relaxed. The black-clothed man who said there was movement laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I was being paranoid. It's always right to be cautious." The other 2 whispered. At this moment, there was a movement from the mountain gate. A voice shouted, "Who is it?" A steady and low voice said, "It's me." "Oh, it's second martial uncle. I've been disrespectful. Is second martial uncle going to practice martial arts?" "Yes, this is the best time to practice martial arts. You people must also remember that hard work can make up for your lack of talent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the thickest in the morning. It's the best time to practice martial arts. Yes, We will follow second martial uncle's teachings. A black shadow slowly walked over. Behind him, the disciple who was guarding the gate was still praising, "Second martial uncle is worthy of being a big figure in our sect. His martial arts are high, but he's easy to approach. He's also very diligent. Every day at this time, he comes out to practice. This perseverance is really amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it." Another voice said, "That's right. What kind of person is second martial uncle? How can you compare to him?" Chu Yang's heart shook. This person was second martial uncle Li Jinsong, Li Jin's father, the master of locking clouds peak of Beyond the Heavens sect, the second most important person. Li Jinsong was dressed in martial arts clothes, carrying a long sword on his back. He looked like he was out to practice swordsmanship. He leisurely went out of the mountain gate. With a long body, he drew a beautiful arc. Behind him, there was another sound. Li Jinsong flew a few times and came to the corner. He turned a few more times and walked to the back of the huge rock. It seemed that they had contacted each other more than once or twice. Chu Yang thought to himself. In addition, the disciple who was guarding the gate said, "Every day at this time, he comes out to practice martial arts." It was enough to show that Li Jinsong had done a lot of things in secret. "Why did you come so late? Is there any news?" The skinny man asked impatiently in a low voice. "Am I late?" Li Jinsong snorted. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with this question. He said, "Did you bring the things?" "The things are not urgent." The other person quickly tried to smooth things over. He said, "Brother Li, quickly tell us about the recent changes in the situation." Li Jinsong snorted and lowered his voice. "The situation is a bit strange. I want to ask, besides you, is there anyone else who has designs on Beyond the Heavens sect?" The three men in black were also startled. They looked at each other and said, "This is not clear." However, Beyond the Heavens sect is in a precarious situation right now. There are many people who have designs on it. Li Jinsong made an "oh" sound and said, "Just a while ago, Wu Yunliang sent old Violent Lei to take two of his sect's most outstanding disciples and his daughter to Iron Cloud Nation." Iron Cloud Nation? The three asked at the same time. "Yes, and this trip was very secretive. But as far as I know, the four of them were intercepted more than once on the way. Obviously, someone did not want them to go. Moreover, these people are very well informed," Li Jinsong said calmly. Behind the rock, Chu Yang's heart shook. It seems that Li Jinsong was not the only spy. What is the purpose of going to Iron Cloud Nation? The three men obviously did not care about the safety of Bao Kuanglei and the others. They only wanted to know the reason. "I don't know." Li Jinsong frowned and said, "But, no matter what, they went to Iron Cloud. For us, half of our goal has been achieved." Yes, Beyond the Heavens sect is within Great Zhao's borders. Wu Yunliang actually dared to send people to collude with Iron Cloud. He really has guts. One of the men in black said gloomily, "Is this the only news? Is it worth it for us to come all the way here? Brother Li, this is a bit too much." The other man in black had a mask on his face, but from his voice, one could hear that he was smiling insincerely. "Of course not. It's just that you promised something. It's time to fulfill it." Li Jinsong suppressed his anger and said, "You are from the imperial court and the military. You will not go back on your promises. Moreover, we have secretly pressured Wu Yunliang to side with Iron Cloud. Even though the final decision has not been made, it is the same as saying that my mission has been accomplished." Secretly, Chu Yang was startled. The imperial court and the military? Beyond the Heavens sect is only a sect. What does it have to do with the imperial court and the military? And this imperial court is obviously the imperial court of Great Zhao. Chu Yang faintly felt that a great conspiracy was in progress. Perhaps the destruction of Beyond the Heavens sect in his previous life had a lot to do with this. Chapter 34. Brother Li, this is not what Prime Minister Diwu told you. The man in black, who was obviously the leader, laughed and said, "We support you in defeating Wu Yunliang and eliminating all dissidents. You are in sole control of Beyond the Heavens sect. You will be listed as a sect of the imperial court." Brother Li's disciples can enter the imperial court as officials and bring honor to their ancestors. He laughed in a low voice. With such great benefits, I am afraid that even the heavenly Dao Union's Master Xin Yuan would be tempted. And you think that by providing 1 or 2 pieces of information, you can exchange it for a lifetime of glory and wealth? Li Jinsong was furious. He shouted in a low voice, even the lives of my family are in your hands. How can you talk about glory and wealth? The man in black said, but Brother Li, the thing you want. Haha, you should know how important it is. Li Jinsong snorted and said, if worst comes to worst, I will go to Shangjing and find Prime Minister Diwu. I will just put this matter aside for a while. His tone was unusually decisive. The man in black pondered for a while and finally softened. Fine, Brother Li, I won't hide it from you. The 1,000-year-old crystal spirit mushroom you want is very difficult to find. The Prime Minister has already sent out 18 teams to look for it. Once it is found, it will be delivered to you immediately. He laughed and said, the Prime Minister knows that this is what you are most anxious about, right? Brother Li, you are really a sentimental person. But this kind of treasure can only be found by chance. Brother Li, you cannot be impatient. Li Jinsong snorted and said angrily, I can wait. I can even wait for 100 years. But my wife cannot wait. She is waiting for this thing to save her life. Of course. So even though Prime Minister Diwu did not let us bring the 1,000-year-old crystal spirit mushroom, he did let us bring the 3 lives pill. The man in black laughed and said, 3 pills? Li Jinsong suddenly raised his head. Really? Not only him. Even Chu Yang, who was eavesdropping on the side, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. 3 lives pill. 1,000-year-old crystal spirit mushroom. These were all things that could only be found by chance. What did Li Jinsong want? The 3 lives pill was not a medicinal pill. Instead, it was a strange kind of fruit. The plant of this fruit only sprouted in the first season and withered in 10 years. After another 20 years, it would sprout and branch again. After 50 years, it would become a small tree. It withered and rotted once again. Another 50 years later, it sprouted for the 3rd time. After 200 years, it grew into a mature plant. It bloomed for 1 season, and the flowers were extremely poisonous. Then, it bore this kind of fruit. It was the 3 lives pill. After the fruit ripened, it became the size of an apricot. The plant immediately withered and never relapsed again. 3 times, 330 years, only 1 fruit was born. One could imagine how precious this fruit was. The effects were even better. It could cure chronic illnesses, cure terminal illnesses, heal serious injuries, cultivate one's vitality, and increase one's lifespan. As for the 1,000-year crystal Ganoderma, it was a legendary item. It was one of the most miraculous medicines in the world. Its specific effects were enough to bring the dead back to life. However, Chu Yang didn't know its specific effects. However, both of these miraculous medicines were related to curing illnesses. Could it be that Li Jinsong's wife is sick? This Prime Minister Diwu was actually so generous, taking out 3 Sanqing Dan for Li Jinsong at once. These 3 Sanqing Dan are enough to protect your wife for 3 years. The man in black took out a black jade box and said, Prime Minister Diwu told me to tell you that if you can't find the crystal Ganoderma after 3 years, he can only give you other compensation. He said with a heavy tone, Prime Minister Diwu clearly told me not to deceive you about this matter. The Prime Minister said that although we are working together for each other's benefit, being honest with each other is the most important thing. These are the words of the Prime Minister himself. Li Jinsong lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then he said in a low voice, Thank you for your honesty. Li Jinsong understands. He lowered his head, and the sky was dark. Chu Yang couldn't see his expression, but behind the big rock, Chu Yang sneered in his heart. This Prime Minister Diwu's words were pleasant to hear, but from Li Jinsong's words, even the lives of my family are in your hands. What glory and splendor are you talking about? It was clear. Li Jinsong was blinded by greed, but he didn't do this willingly. He was under a certain degree of coercion. Coercing his people to talk about honesty? If Li Jinsong really believed it, then he would be the biggest fool in the world. The Sanqing Dan is extremely precious. You must keep it well. Normally, put it in this black jade box. Do not open it unless you need to use it. You must know that every time you open it, the spiritual energy of the Sanqing Dan will decrease. The man in black solemnly said, "This matter in Iron Cloud. We brothers must report it to Prime Minister Diwu as soon as possible. If the Prime Minister knows, he will make arrangements. Brotherly, we will take our leave." Li Jinsong clasped his hands and said, "I won't see you out." He was already holding the black jade box tightly in his arms. The three men in black had been gone for a long time. Li Jinsong was still standing in the same place. After a long time, he sighed and walked back with the black jade box. Not long after, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Chu Yang was still hiding behind the big rock. Even his breathing had not changed. Sure enough, with a gust of wind, Li Jinsong's figure appeared again. He circled around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping. Then he flew away. He had finally left. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the secret he had eavesdropped on today was related to the life and death of Beyond the Heavens sect. It was extremely important. If he was discovered, escaping would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had to be cautious. No one would have thought that the traitor of Beyond the Heavens sect was the second in command of the sect, the powerful Li Jinsong. Chu Yang was about to stand up and move his stiff limbs when suddenly his whole body tensed up. He quietly raised his head to look at the scene. On the stage, at the place where the four of them were talking, a black-clothed figure had appeared without a sound. Chu Yang's scalp was numb because he did not notice when this person had arrived. This person was dressed in black and had a tall stature. He stood there for a long time without moving. After a while, he suddenly sighed deeply and lightly said, "Chu Yang, you can come out." Chu Yang's scalp suddenly exploded. It seemed that this person had noticed his arrival, and he even recognized him. It was too late to leave now, and this person's tone did not seem to have any evil intentions. Chu Yang's heart hardened. He stood up and walked forward step by step. "You heard everything, right?" The person with his hands behind his back said to Chu Yang. "Yes, you also heard everything, right? I'm afraid you heard it even more clearly than me." Chu Yang smiled faintly, squinted his eyes, and asked back. The person let out a low laugh and slowly turned around. At this time, the darkest moment had passed. The sky was gradually becoming hazy. The faint starlight in the sky shone on this person's face. 3 strands of black beard floated in front of his chest. His face was square and serious. He was not angry, but he was dignified. Chu Yang looked and could not help but be even more surprised. He was so surprised that he almost could not speak. This person was the current sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Yunliang. Why was he here? If he was here, then he must have known about Li Jinsong's scheme. Why did he not stop him? For a moment, Chu Yang's heart was filled with doubts. He only felt confused. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he could not understand the complexity of this situation. He could not figure out what was going on. "Follow me." Wu Yunliang looked at the gradually brightening sky. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Chu Yang's sleeve, pulling him along as they ran. After turning left and right, they turned into a valley not far from Purple Bamboo Garden. Although this valley was not very remote, it was very desolate. Because there was nothing inside, Chu Yang and the others did not come here. Here, there was a cave in the mountain wall, forming a natural cave. It was not even 2 feet deep. "Come in." Wu Yunliang led the way. Chapter 35. Chu Yang also followed him inside. Inside, there was a small stone table that was very smooth. It looked like it was made into a bench. It seemed that people often came here to sit. Sure enough, Wu Yunliang waved his sleeves and sat down. He looked up at Chu Yang and sized him up. The corners of his mouth curled up in a friendly smile. "You are not bad." Wu Yunliang's first sentence was like this. "Those 3 people are from Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department." Golden Horse Riders Department belongs to the current Prime Minister, Diwu Qingro. It is an absolutely secret organization. Wu Yunliang did not wait for Chu Yang to speak and began to explain. Golden Horse Riders Hall, Diwu Qingro. Chu Yang looked pensive. These two names were also very famous in his previous life. They were like thunder piercing the ears. Golden Horse Rider's department was actually the secret weapon of Great Zhao. I will not explain too much here. You can imagine the Ming Dynasty's Eastern faction guards and the Imperial bodyguards. The more I explain, the more nonsense I will say. Diwu Qingrou's name was gentle, but he was actually an ambitious and ruthless person. It was rumored that he did not understand martial arts, but he entered school at 3 years old. At 5 years old, he became famous all over the world. At 10 years old, he became an official and managed a county in an orderly manner. At 20 years old, he was already the Southeast Inspector of Great Zhao. At 25 years old, he officially entered the Imperial Cabinet and patrolled the entire Great Zhao. At 30 years old, he became the Prime Minister. This year, he was not even 35 years old, but he was already the most powerful person in Great Zhao. He could call the wind and summon the rain. He commanded hundreds of officials and commanded the world. This kind of achievement was unique in all of history. Throughout history, officials and generals opposed each other. However, this Diwu Qingrou was able to subdue all of the military officials. Not only did he have the ability to govern, but he also had the ambition to expand his territory. Unifying the world was Diwu Qingrou's biggest goal. In his previous life, the name Diwu Qingrou was the shadow of the entire lower 3 heavens. In the entire world, there was no conspiracy that did not have Diwu Qingrou's shadow and influence. It was under Diwu Qingrou's plan that Golden Horse Rider's department secretly carried out. Tai Tai Butian, who was widely recognized as the next ruler of Iron Cloud Nation, was assassinated, and Great Zhao's armored cavalry marched straight in and destroyed Iron Cloud. Their momentum was like the sun in the sky for a while. Moreover, they used the remaining momentum to swallow up the limitless nation in one fell swoop. They occupied the position of absolute overlord in the entire lower 3 heavens. The most powerful aspect of Diwu Qingrou was that he not only used the political power of the imperial court, but also the power of the big sects of Jianghu. He made use of their conflicts and interests to create chaos or alliances. Unintentionally, these sects helped Great Zhao accomplish many things that the imperial court could not or would not be able to do. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that after the incident, no one discovered it. If he hadn't said it himself, he was afraid that all the large sects would still be in the dark. When Chu Yang left for Upper 3 Heavens to look for the Tribulation Sword, the Great Zhao Empire's cavalry had already destroyed Iron Cloud and Wuji. They gradually expanded their territory. The name of the Golden Horse Riders Department spread throughout the world because of the destruction of these 2 countries. Wu Yunliang naturally did not know that Chu Yang already knew about these matters. He still explained to him what the Golden Horse Riders Department was. I just want to know, why didn't you stop it? Chu Yang frowned. Why should I stop it? Wu Yunliang smiled. These past few years, I have been accompanying my second brother. We would wake up early in the morning and go to that place to practice martial arts. Wu Yunliang smiled mockingly, although he did not know. Since they started to contact each other 5 years ago, I have always been clear about it. Chu Yang was startled. Looking at Wu Yunliang's warm and dignified face, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. In his previous life, because his sect was destroyed and Chu Yang did not have any contact with this sect leader, he looked down on him. How could a sect leader's sect be wiped out under his watch? What was the use of such a sect leader? But now, he knew that this sect leader Wu Yunliang was very scheming. If anyone thought of him as a fool, then that person was a real fool. Actually, if you think about it, who could be a sect leader? Which one of them was easy to deal with? But Wu Yunliang actually allowed a conspiracy to exist and develop under his nose for 5 years. Why? Chu Yang looked at Wu Yunliang's calm face and understood something. The first step was to incite internal strife within Beyond the Heavens sect. When I took over Beyond the Heavens sect, the Marshall brothers were not convinced. The elders were also divided into factions. Internal strife was already rampant. They needed to be cleansed to become stronger. Wu Yunliang said heavily, so I allowed them to do this. If they did not succeed, then they would be destroyed. There was nothing to say. In the second year, they gradually revealed their goal. That was to use Beyond the Heavens sect status as a sect to incite a war between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud. They wanted to use the smallest price to swallow Iron Cloud and preserve their strength to unify the world. How is this possible? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Even if Beyond the Heavens sect was strong, it was still only a sect. What ability did it have to incite a war between two countries? There is nothing impossible in this world. What matters is whether it is done or not, and how it is done. Wu Yunliang smiled coldly. Ah, sect leader Martial Uncle, why are you telling me this today? Isn't this the first time we have met? The more Chu Yang listened, the more restless he became. It was as if he had walked into a trap and was stuck in the mud. Don't be impatient. I have my reasons for telling you this. Sit down. Wu Yunliang glared at him. Chu Yang helplessly rolled his eyes. He simply moved over a rock and sat on it. It was not clear whether it was intentional or not, but the rock he brought was much bigger than Wu Yunliang's rock. Originally, Chu Yang was standing and Wu Yunliang was sitting. It was as if he was lecturing him, but now that he was sitting, he was about the same height as when he was standing, but he was looking down on him. Instead, the sect leader sat below him. This kind of situation was simply turning from a lecture to a report. Wu Yunliang frowned and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He did not care about Chu Yang's rudeness and continued to speak. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. As long as Wu Yunliang said one word of dissatisfaction, he would immediately withdraw from this whirlpool. But this bastard did not say anything. Curiosity killed the cat. This saying was true. Chu Yang regretted it. Tell me, why would I chase after those three people when I had nothing better to do? Didn't he just find a rope to hang himself? Iron Cloud's Taibu Tian was young, only 17 or 18 years old, but he was a great strategist. Plus, he paid a lot of attention to the people outside of the court, especially the people who were willing to die. He personally created the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Inside, he gathered all the heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, especially this person who treated the wise with respect. He had the spirit to rule the world and was magnanimous. He was a rare young leader. Iron Cloud's ruler, Tai Shi-chung, was bedridden for many years. The entire country was supported by Taibu Tian. Even though he did not ascend the throne, he was already the ruler of Iron Cloud. He was also the spiritual pillar of Iron Cloud's military. It could be said that with Taibu Tian's death, Iron Cloud Nation collapsed. Chu Yang listlessly replied, So what if he was young and powerful? In another 3 years, he would still be killed. The nation would also be destroyed. Chu Yang still remembered that in his previous life, Iron Cloud's Taibu Tian was killed because Great Zhao sent out more than 500 experts. They also spent a lot of money to hire several assassin organizations before they succeeded. But after the event, none of these people survived. Chapter 36. However, the Great Zhao Empire caught hold of his weakness, and it was because of his respect for the wise. Wu Yunliang said heavily, being courteous to the wise is of course an advantage, but it is also because of this that there are no fights. Without a fight, it gives an opportunity for assassins. That's why many people are easy to approach before they succeed. But after they succeed, they become difficult to approach. This is not a change in personality, but a safety measure. Chu Yang had a lazy expression on his face, but in his heart, he was shouting, that makes sense. Great Zhao sent more than 20 assassins to assassinate Taibu Tian, but they all returned without success. So, they wanted to use Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Yunliang sneered. Chu Yang sighed and said, So when eldest Martial Uncle heard their plan, you decided not to expose it, but to beat them at their own game? That's right. Wu Yunliang said, Since they want to use us, why can't we use them to rise up? Chu Yang finally understood why Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed in his previous life. Wu Yunliang must have wanted to use the war between the two countries as an opportunity to rise up, but he overreached himself. But there must have been a lot of complicated matters involved. After all, facing a freak like Diwu Qingro, no one had any confidence. Even Mo Tianji, who was known as the master of calculation and manipulation in his previous life, could only concede defeat to Diwu Qingro, the prime minister of a secular country. Diwu Qingro was known throughout the lower three heavens as one man who could fight against a million masters. Speaking of this person, even his enemies could not help but admire him. They had to admit that this person was truly one of a kind. This person was a natural schemer, a politician, and a military strategist. Plus, he was open-minded and all-encompassing. Someone once said that even if Diwu Qingro did not know any martial arts, he could still become the overlord of upper three heavens. This evaluation was so high that it was shocking. Wu Yunliang was only taking a risk. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be crushed to pieces. I'm also taking a big risk. Wu Yunliang's face was heavy with worry. If I was not careful, Beyond the Heavens sect would have been destroyed. But I had to take this risk. Chu Yang nodded, agreeing with this statement. In order to implement this plan, Great Zhao has been oppressing Beyond the Heavens sect for the past few years. However, they are not forcing us to our deaths. They are only vaguely forcing us to move closer to Iron Cloud. As long as we get closer, there will be spies within our ranks. Furthermore, other than your second martial uncle, among the 10 of us, 3 of us are in cahoots with other sections. This is also the result of the pressure that those sects have been exerting on us in recent years. I suspect that this is also Diwu Qingrou's scheme, but I have not yet discerned his motive. But one thing is for sure. Once we get close, it will be much easier for these people to assassinate Taibu Tian. Wu Yunliang said worriedly. Diwu Qingrou only wants Taibu Tian dead. He doesn't care about Beyond the Heavens sect. But once Taibu Tian dies, our Beyond the Heavens sect will definitely be annihilated. Chu Yang's face gradually became heavy. He didn't know all the details, but he knew one thing. Taibu Tian had indeed died in her previous life. He died 2 months before the destruction of Beyond the Heavens sect. If Wu Yunliang still insisted on the original plan, then the tragedy would most likely repeat itself. If Wu Yunliang gave up, then Beyond the Heavens sect would be destroyed even faster under Diwu Qingrou's instigation. Coupled with the heavy blows from the imperial court and the other sects. Moreover, they were already riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Beyond the Heavens sect and Iron Cloud Nation had already established a relationship. Even if Wu Yunliang was not present, Li Jinsong could still be the representative. This way, it would be much easier to complete Diwu Qingrou's plan. With Diwu Qingrou's world-shaking planning ability, it would not be difficult to accomplish this. In fact, it would be a walk in the park. The reason why Diwu Qingrou chose Beyond the Heavens sect was not only because of the above reasons, but also because Beyond the Heavens sect was the closest route from Great Zhao to Limitless Nation. Plus, this place had high mountains and dense forests. Even if 100,000 troops were hidden there, they would not be discovered. This was an extremely important strategic location. If Iron Cloud Nation was destroyed, Great Zhao would send troops from Iron Cloud. After passing through Beyond the Heavens sect, they would be able to invade Limitless Nation in less than 5 days. At that time, the other troops would also attack. Limitless Nation would not be able to hold on for more than a month before being destroyed. In other words, Diwu Qingrou had arranged layers upon layers. With Beyond the Heavens sect, he had paved the way to unify the world. The specific plan was certainly not that simple. There were probably countless schemes, countless operations, and countless hidden plots. Chu Yang did not know about all of these, but Chu Yang knew that this was indeed how things developed in his previous life. The problem now was that Chu Yang clearly knew the direction of this entire matter, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He could not think of any way to stop it. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. Brother, if you went out and said, I came back from the year 2050, and the Earth was destroyed at that time, how many people on the street would believe you? I reckon that they would all call you a lunatic in unison. Moreover, could you stop the destruction of the Earth? Even if you knew when it was going to be destroyed, what could you do? Chu Yang was currently in this kind of situation. Right now, he was only an ordinary disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. What ability did he have to reverse the fate of the millions of troops from 3 nations? For the first time, he had such a feeling. History could not be reversed. Even if he was reborn, it was only his own matter. It had nothing to do with others. History could not be reversed. Then, what about Qingwu? What to do? Could it be that after I was reborn, I still have to watch the tragedy happen before my eyes? At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly had a very clear and mysterious feeling. His spirit had unexpectedly advanced into a wonderful realm. If I don't change this matter, then it proves that history can't be changed. Those who deserve to die would still die. Even if he was reborn thousands of times, everyone had their own destiny, and it could not be reversed. If this matter could not be changed, then even Mo Qingwu's destiny could not be changed. At most, it could be brought forward or delayed by a few years. Just like Shi Qianshan, he would still die 4 years later. Now, he had only died 4 years earlier. As for Mo Qingwu, Chu Yang's rebirth might let her live a few more years, but she might also meet with misfortune in advance. These were all things that could not be predicted. But as long as the general trend of history did not change, Mo Qingwu would definitely not stay with Chu Yang for a lifetime. This was fate. It had its own destiny. No one could change it. This was a kind of enlightenment and also the deepest understanding of the heavenly way. Chu Yang suddenly had an epiphany at this moment. History was the trajectory of the heavenly way. But it was this enlightenment that made him suddenly feel irritated and violent, and the bloody killing intent in his heart soared. If history could not be reversed, then did that mean Qingwu would still die? Chapter 37. Across from him, Wu Yunliang widened his eyes in shock. Just a moment ago, Chu Yang was quietly listening to him. But in the next moment, Chu Yang seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. He was clearly very close, but Wu Yunliang could not feel his presence. At this moment, Chu Yang's murderous aura rose to the extreme. Wu Yunliang stood up in shock and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness. This kind of murderous aura made Wu Yunliang feel that under this kind of murderous aura, even if millions of people were slaughtered, Wu Yunliang would believe it. Chu Yang's murderous aura was like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. In his meridians, a bloodthirsty aura was surging like the tide of the sea. The murderous aura in his meridians rushed into his dantian like a tidal wave. It surged in his dantian like waves beating against the shore. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly let out a low laugh. He forcefully withdrew his spirit from that mysterious realm. That was the realm of the heavenly path. The realm of the heavenly path that martial artists yearn to enter in their dreams. Chu Yang actually withdrew, without any reluctance. A violent backlash came like a violent wave. Chu Yang's body shook. The deepest part of his spirit suddenly shook like a tsunami. Blood came out of his 7 orifices. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. He said fiercely, "Who said history cannot be reversed? Why must it be reversed? If the heavens do not accept it, the heavens will also be reversed." Wu Yunliang did not know why Chu Yang suddenly said these words. He could not help but stare blankly. But at this moment, in Chu Yang's dantian, the anger and murderous aura surged and suddenly exploded. An empty voice laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. You've finally comprehended the foundation of the calamity sword. That is, the heavens can be reversed." At this moment, the cloudless sky suddenly rumbled. A huge thunderbolt seemed to carry the wrath of heaven and earth as it fiercely struck down. The dazzling white light of the lightning lit up the surrounding thousands of miles as if it was daytime. It was incomparably bright. The entire upper half of the mountain burst like a bubble. Millions of pieces of rock flew in all directions. In a moment, the mountain shook as if the end of the world had arrived. The cave where Chu Yang and Wu Yunliang were was turned into an open-air plaza. Wu Yunliang cried out in alarm and jumped up. He felt his scalp go numb, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Chu Yang clearly heard this voice coming from his dantian. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say because he clearly heard this voice coming from his dantian. Or rather, it was a direct telepathic conversation. While he was still in a daze, the empty voice came again. The heavens are nothing. Tear it apart. Break it. Fate was nothing. Change it. Go against it. History is nothing. Destroy it. Destroy it. Ha ha ha. This spiritual consciousness carried an indescribable arrogance, as well as an unruly arrogance that looked down on all the heavens and earth. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder outside, there was even a sense of arrogance. Chu Yang's mind was shaken. He couldn't help but mutter, "Heaven is nothing. Tear it apart. Crush it. Fate is nothing. Change it. Go against it. History is nothing. Destroy it. Destroy it." He felt that these words were just right for him. This kind of arrogance, this kind of arrogance, this kind of unruly feeling was the kind of feeling he wanted. The arrogant voice laughed and said, "You are right. If you want to change your fate, you have to change the trajectory of this world from now on. Go against it. Otherwise, even if you eat shit, you won't be able to eat it while it's still hot. If you can't reverse fate and history, then Mo Qingwu will still die." Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang was shaken. He was about to speak when a confused voice said, "What are you talking about? What happened to you?" Chu Yang was startled. He looked up and saw Wu Yunliang looking at him with a face full of shock and confusion. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he didn't hear anything. When he carefully checked his dantian, he found that there was no movement at all. Everything that happened just now was like a dream. But Chu Yang clearly knew that this was not a dream. "I am fine." Chu Yang chuckled. He found that his whole body was sweating profusely. His clothes were wet as if he had just come out of the water. "Why are you suddenly in a daze? Why are you sweating so strangely? And you are bleeding from all your orifices? And what happened just now? Why did this kind of lightning appear? It blew up the entire mountain peak." Wu Yunliang looked up at the sky with some fear. Then he worriedly looked at Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, you don't have any hidden illness, do you?" Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, he grabbed Chu Yang's wrist and used his martial energy to check. But after a careful examination, he did not find anything wrong with Chu Yang's body. He could not help but shake his head and said, "Strange? I don't know. Maybe I was too nervous when I was following those people and eavesdropping. Now I feel scared." Chu Yang tried to cover it up. That's possible," Wu Yunliang advised, "but don't be careless. If you feel anything wrong with your body, you must immediately tell your master. If your master doesn't know what to do, tell him to come find me." Chu Yang quickly agreed. Those words were still echoing in his mind. History can be reversed. Destiny can be reversed. Heaven can be reversed. If you want to change your destiny, then you must reverse it. Then I will reverse it. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Reverse. Him. Mother. Of. Since he wants to reverse it, then how can he reverse it? Let's find another place to talk. Wu Yunliang grabbed Chu Yang and flew out of the cave. The commotion just now was too big. There were already many people coming this way. The two of them walked around a few times before they found a suitable place to hide. Chu Yang felt a bit funny. He was following the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. He was moving around within the territory of Beyond the Heavens sect, but he felt like a thief. This kind of feeling was too wonderful for words. "Did you hear what I said just now?" Wu Yunliang asked. "What do you think?" Chu Yang's mind started to work quickly. He remained silent for a long time without speaking. After a long while, he said thoughtfully, "Martial Uncle Sect Leader, do you mean? Since they want to stir up disputes, they should take this opportunity to unify the world. Then we should just go with the flow?" Wu Yunliang's eyes showed appreciation. He said, "Yes, continue." Chu Yang's mind turned quickly. He slowly said, "Once the two countries go to war, then we may have a chance. Or rather, Iron Cloud may have a chance. Sect Master Martial Uncle's meaning should be to find a foothold for Beyond the Heavens sect in this chaotic war." Yes. Wu Yunliang's eyes showed even more appreciation. He said, "There is a key person in this. This person is definitely not Diwu Qingro, but Taibu Tian." Chu Yang said, "Anyone can die, but Taibu Tian cannot." Yes. As long as Taibu Tian is here, with his prestige and methods, he can organize a military force to fight against Diwu Qingro. Protect Iron Cloud. Chu Yang said. Then, Even if the war ends and Great Zhao wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. If they want to annex Limitless Nation, they will not have the ability to do so. They will also have to worry about Limitless Nation taking the initiative to attack. This way, Diwu Qingro will not dare to act rashly. Chapter 38. Therefore, this battle of the world will only be between Taibu Tian and Diwu Qingro. And Diwu Qingro is most worried about Taibu Tian. Therefore, no matter what, he would rather take a roundabout route and kill Taibu Tian first. Therefore, our mission is to protect Taibu Tian's life. After all, we came from Great Zhao. If Taibu Tian dies, we will be the biggest suspects. We will be the first to be killed by Iron Cloud Nation. And Great Zhao will not let traitors like us live. Chu Yang finished his analysis in one breath. Then he realized that all the focus was on one person, Taibu Tian. A 17 or 18-year-old boy was a thorn in the eyes of a matchless hero like Diwu Qingro. A thorn in his flesh. Then, how monstrous was this boy? In his previous life, Chu Yang only knew that Taibu Tian was assassinated at Kai Tian Gorge. He also knew that this person had great prestige, but he never cared about these things. Thinking about it now, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. A 17 or 18-year-old boy who could rival Diwu Qingro. He was definitely not easy to deal with. This reminded Chu Yang of the legend of the Upper Three Heavens, Limitless Invincible Saber Lu Yongxiang. This peerless legend had already become a legendary martial saint. Wouldn't he be as amazing as Diwu Qingro? There was also the all-powerful Duke Xia of Upper Three Heavens, Ao Xia Yun. At such a young age, he was already evil. There was also the mysterious woman who controlled the dark side of Upper Three Heavens, Jun Shizhu. These people, along with Taibu Tian and Diwu Qingro, were all rare geniuses. Fortunately, they were scattered in 3 different places. Otherwise, who knows what would happen to this world? There is one more thing you neglected. Wu Yunliang looked at him with admiration. We only need to help Taibu Tian defeat Diwu Qingro. Then we will have made a great contribution. Our Beyond the Heavens sect will rise. Plus, as long as we do it properly, we can eliminate all the hidden dangers of Beyond the Heavens sect. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Defeat Diwu Qingro? Easier said than done. Diwu Qingro has never been defeated in politics or war. Wanting to defeat him is difficult. Chu Yang thought this and immediately became alert. Wu Yunliang is right. Now that I've decided to go against my destiny, I must face Diwu Qingro. If I continue to maintain this belief that Diwu Qingro is invincible, then I will definitely lose. He had to win. At the very least, he had to keep Taibu Tian alive so that she could destroy Diwu Qingro's plan. Take control of the entire change of fate in your own hands. Whether it was Beyond the Heavens sect, Tantan, or Master. And Qingwu. While he was thinking, he heard Wu Yunliang sigh and say, "Speaking of this matter, Chu Yang, you made a big mistake in this matter. The mistake you made has completely ruined my original plan. In fact, we can't even proceed." Chu Yang was taken aback and said, "What? Did I make a mistake?" He thought, "I didn't do anything. How did he suddenly become so heinous? You killed Shi Qianshan. You killed him too early." Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh. Shi Qianshan was an indispensable part of my plan. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Shi Qianshan? Correct. Although Shi Qianshan is sinister and cunning, on the surface, he is mature and wise. Moreover, he is good at observing people and flattering people. Even though I despise this little brother of mine, he is a very good candidate for the government. Wu Yunliang sighed. Officialdom? Chu Yang was startled. What does this have to do with officialdom? My original plan was to have one person leave Beyond the Heavens sect and enter Iron Cloud Nation with a secret identity. It would be best if he could become a trusted aide. First, he could ensure Iron Cloud Nation's safety. Second, he could become someone who could speak for Beyond the Heavens sect in the event of success. Wu Yunliang said seriously, "We have to rise, but we also have to bear such a great risk. What we need is not as simple as a Jianghu sect, but at that time, we will have no one in the court. Even if we have a great achievement, it will be useless if no one mentions it. At a critical moment, we must have someone like that. Using money to bribe officials is possible, but that kind of person is not reliable. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. If he can be bribed by you, then he can be bribed by others. He could even be bribed by Diwu Qingro. That would be the end of the line. Sending his own people in was the most reassuring thing. I originally wanted to send Shi Qianshan to Iron Cloud, but he was killed by you. Wu Yunliang snorted. Shi Qianshan even poisoned his master. Then, at a critical moment, betraying the sect is not a big deal. I actually think that by killing him, I have removed a hidden danger. Chu Yang opposed with equal harshness. This was the time to discuss conditions. When Chu Yang heard this, he knew what Wu Yunliang wanted him to do. Naturally, he would not give in so easily. Although this goal was exactly the same as his own, his heart was already very willing. But how could he let go of this opportunity to extort? My original plan was to send 2 elites, one to Great Zhao and the other to Iron Cloud. The one to Great Zhao would be in charge of gathering information. He would also be in charge of saving a few lives when the sect is in danger, thus continuing the sect's legacy. But after thinking about it, I gave up. No matter how beneficial it is always a way out. If there is a way out, there is no need to go all out. Shi Qianshan, you killed him too early. Wu Yunliang sighed and repeated this sentence. Yes, it was too early. Chu Yang also felt this way. These past few days, I have been observing you. Wu Yunliang said deeply, you, Chu Yang, are scheming and far-sighted. You are vicious and merciless. Your skin is also thick enough. You are decisive and not sloppy. With your personality, you are a person who can achieve great things. In any aspect, you are 100 times better than Shi Qianshan. But only Shi Qianshan has 3 good qualities that you do not have. 3 good qualities? Chu Yang nodded and said, the first is being despicable. The second is being flexible and flattering. Seeing people speak human words, seeing ghosts speak ghost words. The third is being unscrupulous in order to achieve your goals. Very good. Wu Yunliang clapped his hands and said, do you think this makes you a bad person? These 3 good qualities can't even be called good qualities? Shouldn't it be eggs instead? No, I don't think so. Chu Yang said seriously, even though I will not do this, I have my own way of doing things. That's right. If these 3 things were placed on a person, then that person would be like a pile of dog shit. However, being involved in politics and being a part of the government is a must. Wu Yunliang sneered. Ever since the fight between you and Chu Ping, I have been coming to see you every 2 or 3 days. You have done very well. You have also realized your own shortcomings. Many times, you have been paying attention to Shi Qianshan. From him, you have been finding ways to make up for your own shortcomings. I am very pleased. Wu Yunliang sighed and said, unfortunately, Shi Qianshan's heart was too evil. In the end, he buried himself. But you have killed him too early. If you had let Shi Qianshan continue to beg for mercy, he would have wept bitterly and found all kinds of excuses to beg for mercy. In the end, even though you would have killed him, your heart would have felt that this person's reasons were not without reason. This is a very important lesson, but you have already killed him, so you have missed this lesson. Wu Yunliang said, there will always be adversity in life. Fighting alone in the whirlpool of politics, and with the identity of a spy, you will always face the threat of death. Begging for mercy at this critical moment is sometimes the greatest wisdom. Only by keeping your life can you do other things. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then he quietly asked, Martial Uncle Sect Master, what you said, can you do it yourself? Even if you can, would you be willing to do it? Wu Yunliang was stunned. Chapter 39. After a long time, Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly and said, I can't do it. He sighed. Yes, if I can't do it, how can I ask someone else to do it? Wu Yunliang was silent for a while and said, but you killed Shi Qianshan, so this person will be replaced by you. You, go and complete this mission. Or rather, you, go and fight for your future. Also, help beyond the Heavens sect. Chu Yang was silent. To complete this mission was to say goodbye to his previous life. Plus, he would have to face the most terrifying person in the world, Diwu Qingro. But this seemed to be a predestined enemy. If he wanted to change his fate and save Imo Qingwu, he must defeat Diwu Qingro. Reverse fate. With Chu Yang's current status, it was easier said than done to defeat a matchless hero like Diwu Qingro in all aspects. Chu Yang originally thought that since he was reborn, he would at least have some understanding of his previous life's matters. From there, he would be able to avoid calamity with ease. But at this moment, after this incident, he knew that his life had once again entered the boundless unknown. Whether it was danger or opportunity, it was 1,000 times more than his previous life. With one person's power, he could change the entire world. Death and life, ambush from all sides, going against fate, going against the heavens, going against history, going against the heavenly Tao. But Chu Yang could not shrink back. For Qing Wu, for his master, for himself, for the sake of refusing to accept this fate arranged by the heavens, he must reverse it. I will go. Chu Yang was silent, his eyebrows slowly raised. These two words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies. Wu Yunliang's heart relaxed, but he heard Chu Yang continue. But I have a condition. What condition? Speak. As long as the sect can do it, even if you want this old man's life, I will give it to you. Wu Yunliang relaxed. I want to enter Seven Shades congregation grounds. Chu Yang raised his head, his eyes flashing. I don't want to compete with the younger brother. I also don't need the position and glory of being the younger brother of the sect master, but I need to increase my strength. If you agree, I will go. No problem. Tomorrow I will let you in. Wu Yunliang paced 2 steps. His eyes flashed with determination. He immediately made a decision. Chu Yang's heart was excited. Calamity Sword. You are about to come into my hands. The Calamity Sword was the key to reversing fate. It was also Chu Yang's biggest trump card. Absolute power. Once you accept this mission, I will erase all traces of you from Beyond the Heavens sect. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. This mission is extremely difficult and requires you to work hard on your own. What I can give you is 300,000 taels of silver and a good sword. As for what you need for cultivation, I will personally bring it to you in secret every time. Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh and said seriously, our opponent is Diwu Qingro. We cannot be careless. As long as Iron Cloud is not destroyed, Beyond the Heavens sect will rise. As for you, Chu Yang, even if you become the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud, it is your own fortune and your own future. Naturally, if you choose to return at that time, I'll welcome you with open arms. As for the sect tournament, it's just a means to attract the attention of the outside world. It's just a small game. It doesn't matter to you now. I only hope that no matter what, you will never forget what I have entrusted you today. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. Right now, Qian is in Iron Cloud Citadel. Your martial uncles, Shuiyi, and Mu Shang do not know you. I will tell Qian what to do. No, I will do it myself. Chu Yang refused. What a joke. If I want to change my identity, then no one can know. It would be best if I change my identity and face so that even Wu Yunliang cannot know my true face. That would be the safest. As for the cultivation materials that Wu Yunliang provided, that would depend on the situation. As long as the first part of Tribulation Sword was in his hands, then he would not need to worry about cultivation materials. Now he finally understood why Wu Qian liked Shi Qianshan in his previous life. It must be because of Shi Qianshan's mission that he had the opportunity to get along with Wu Qian. Even without this mission, Chu Yang would have gone to Iron Cloud Citadel. Because the second part of Tribulation Sword was in an extremely secret place in Iron Cloud Citadel. In his previous life, after Iron Cloud Citadel was destroyed, Chu Yang traveled through Jianghu and found the second part of Tribulation Sword with the help of the sword's energy. Moreover, it was only after 1 year of continuous improvement that he was able to obtain it. Because Tribulation Sword had a strict division of levels, if one's cultivation was not high enough and forcefully touched the second part of Tribulation Sword, there would be a backlash. The next day, early in the morning, Ming Chaoren stood in front of the purple bamboo forest, and looked at his little brother who he had high hopes for. He did not say anything for a long time. After a long time, he finally sighed. Chu Yang, this time, you will die. Moreover, you will be alone and without help. Everything, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, including taking risks, you can only rely on yourself. He paused and stared deeply at Chu Yang. You have thought it through? Chu Yang was about to speak when Meng Chao Ran waved his hand and interrupted him. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Think about it carefully. With me here, if you do not want to do something, no one can force you. If you do not agree, I will go find the sect master and ask him to take care of this matter. Chu Yang was moved. When his little brother was faced with the most important decision of his life, Meng Chao Ran, who was always calm and did not care about anything, could not help but reveal his true feelings. There are many things in life that must be done even if you cannot do them. There are also many things that cannot be avoided even if you want to. Master, you also said that we must always have a goal to protect, a person that we care about. Chu Yang said seriously, just like this mission, I am also protecting my heart. I must do it. Meng Chao Ran was silent. After a long time, he slowly walked in front of Chu Yang and patted his shoulder. When he lifted his hand from Chu Yang's shoulder, he stopped in midair and sighed softly. His hand fell back and smoothed out the wrinkles on Chu Yang's clothes. Then, he took 2 steps back and quietly looked at him for a while. Finally, he turned around and looked up at the sky, standing with his hands behind his back. He heaved a deep sigh. Master! Chu Yang's heart felt warm, and he could not help but call out. After a long time, Meng Chao Ran waved his sleeve and said in a hoarse voice, Good. I will take you to the Gathering Clouds Peak, to the 7 Shades Congregation Ground. After he finished speaking, he led the way and did not look back. Meng Chao Ran also did not dare to look back. He was afraid that his little brother would discover the weakness in his heart. He only had 3 little brothers. But in just a few days, his eldest brother had betrayed him and died. Now, his second brother had to rush into the vast and unpredictable future. This journey would be filled with difficulties and hardships, and he would die. How could this master feel at ease with this? How could he endure this? The master and disciple were silent as they walked towards the Gathering Clouds Peak. Meng Chao Ran was in front, and Chu Yang was behind. Neither of them spoke. Walking on the mountain path with the biting cold wind in the early morning, the master and disciple both felt that the weather today was so stagnant, almost as if they couldn't breathe. After a long time, seeing that they were approaching the mountain gate, Chu Yang finally said, Master, Tan, he still does not know about this matter. Don't worry. I will take good care of him. Meng Chao Ran said coldly, In the future, I will love and care for him as if he is my only child. After all, if you die, I can only rely on Tan to take care of me in old age. Chu Yang stuck out his tongue and did not dare to speak again, but he was also relieved. Chapter 40. Chu Yang knew that even though Meng Chao Ran's words were not polite, he understood what he meant. So, Tan would certainly be safe and sound with these words of his. When they passed through the gatekeeper saw Meng Chao Ran's cold face and his body was like a bag of explosives. He did not even dare to ask and let them pass. Wu Yunliang was already waiting outside the gate. Today, all the disciples went to Locking Clouds Peak for the test. This was Wu Yunliang's plan to create a private, secret environment for Chu Yang. Seeing Wu Yunliang, Meng Chao Ran's eyes turned cold, but he did not say anything. Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly. He did not say anything else and said, Follow me. He led the way. When they reached the main hall, they passed by the ancestral shrine. Wu Yunliang opened a secret passage and led Chu Yang and Meng Chao Ran in. The path twisted and turned as they went down. It seemed to be very deep. There was a spacious main hall underground. In front of the main hall, there was a stone door made of green jade. The temperature here was freezing cold. Your master and I will wait for you here. Only one person can enter 7 Shades Congregation Ground at a time. You can go in by yourself. How much good fortune you can obtain will depend on yourself. Go straight from this green jade door. Go through 7 of these doors, and you will arrive at Seven Shades Congregation Ground. Remember, if you cannot withstand the cold, immediately leave. Do not try to be brave." Chu Yang nodded and agreed. He raised his head and looked at the tall green jade door. His eyes shone with a sharp light. His dantian shook as if it felt something. The calamity sword suddenly moved like a tsunami. It was like a child jumping for joy. Seeing Chu Yang open the green jade door and walk in, Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoran stood side by side without saying anything. After a while, Meng Chaoran said, "Eldest martial brother, do you know who Chu Yang is?" Wu Yunliang was silent and did not say anything. "Chu Yang, he was only 3 months old. I picked him up and raised him by my side. After so many years, rather than saying that I am his master, it would be better to say that I am his father, his mother. I gave him his name. Chu Yang, rising sun, represents my life's greatest hope. Eldest senior brother, do you understand?" "I understand." Wu Yunliang sighed heavily. "You don't understand." Meng Chaoran stood there desolately. Suddenly, he turned around and punched Wu Yunliang in the face. Wu Yunliang's body leaned back, but he did not make a sound. Meng Chaoran showed no mercy. Following that, he raised his leg and ruthlessly kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, Meng Chaoran jumped up and rode on his body. His fists rained down like raindrops. Muffled sounds of punches and kicks resounded. Both of them did not say a word. Meng Chaoran of Beyond the Heavens sect grabbed his sect leader's senior martial brother and ruthlessly beat him to his heart's content. From start to finish, Wu Yunliang did not fight back. He did not make a sound. By the time Meng Chaoran stopped after several hundred punches, the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect's face was already swollen like a pig's head, and his entire body was covered in bruises. "The youngest, that's more like you. After 20 years, as your elder brother, I finally saw you get angry. All these years, you have been so quiet, making me feel uncomfortable." "Haha," cough. Wu Yunliang lay on the ground and coughed. He said, "For this one time, I was beaten up by you. Even if it was more ruthless or heavier, it was worth it. I am very happy. If something happens to Chu Yang, I will make you feel that it is worth it every day. I will be so happy every day." Meng Chaoran stood up from his body and said casually, "Youngest, not only Chu Yang, but also you and I, in this big whirlpool. No one can guarantee that they will survive. This is the fate of our Beyond the Heavens sect." Wu Yunliang stood up with difficulty. Once he moved, his whole body made cracking sounds. He could not help but take 2 deep breaths. He could not help but complain, "You motherfucker. You are really not showing any mercy." Meng Chaoran snorted and turned his head away. Looking at the green jade door, his expression was heavy and concerned. His expression was heavy and restrained, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Chu Yang walked forward. On both sides of the stone walls, there were many pearls emitting a misty light. In this underground place, it was like a dream. The calamity sword in his dantian was beating more and more fiercely, as if it was reuniting with a loved one. The second green jade door opened. The cold air was even heavier. If an ordinary person came here, they would have to circulate their martial energy to resist the cold air. However, Chu Yang did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, from head to toe, he felt extremely comfortable. Chu Yang's heart was like a boulder. His feet did not stop moving. The third green jade door. The fourth. Every step Chu Yang took was the same size. His breathing was calm. This showed that his mind was always as calm as ice. He was not disturbed by the calamity sword, which was known as the number 1 opportunity in the world. The fifth green jade door opened. The sixth. Chu Yang's eyes did not change. His consciousness suddenly let out a sigh. The empty voice suddenly appeared and sighed faintly. "This kind of mind is indeed worthy of the calamity sword. It seems that the hardships and killings in your previous life have turned you from a stubborn rock into a spiritual and clear jade." Chu Yang did not stop moving. However, his consciousness asked calmly, "Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" It was this voice. Ever since it arrogantly said the words, "The heavens can be defied," it did not speak again. No matter how Chu Yang called, it did not come out. Today, under such circumstances, he had actually appeared without a trace. However, the voice disappeared without a trace after Chu Yang asked this question. He didn't answer Chu Yang's question for a long time. It was only when Chu Yang pushed open the green jade door that a tired voice rang out, "I'm very weak right now. Every word I say will cause too much damage." Chu Yang, quickly upgrade to the second fragment of the Calamity Sword. The second fragment? Yes, the second fragment. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, natural treasures, rare forging materials. The most important thing is the Calamity Sword. These can restore my vitality. The voice became softer and softer. It was as if it would disappear at any time. "Help me. I can help you reverse this fate." The voice disappeared. It seemed to have used up the last of its energy. Chu Yang was already standing in the innermost part of the green jade door. It was empty inside, but waves of cold air, which seemed to be able to freeze people into popsicles and shatter them into pieces, rushed in from all directions. Chu Yang's body was soon covered with a layer of white frost. The Calamity Sword in his dantian started to move intensely. The cold air, which was as boundless as the tide, rushed into Chu Yang's body. It entered his meridians and flowed into the Calamity Sword. For a full 4 hours, Chu Yang couldn't move at all. The cold air surged violently into his body. After 4 hours, the cold air finally weakened. Chu Yang felt that his body had regained the ability to move. He carefully observed his surroundings. Chu Yang took a step to the left. His dantian jumped. It seemed to be stopping him from moving forward. It was still stopping him. Walking to the right, the Calamity Sword let out a burst of joy. After 7 or 8 steps, he walked to the stone wall. The Calamity Sword fell silent. It was an extremely excited silence. It was here. Chapter 41. Chu Yang looked at the stone wall and frowned. "How do I dig out the sword tip? It's buried deep in the ground." At this moment, the Calamity Sword in his dantian suddenly sent out a strong summoning thought. This summoning thought almost made Chu Yang's heart jump out of his throat. He gritted his teeth. Even if he couldn't do it, he had to do it. With a flip of his hand, Chu Yang pulled out the long sword with a swoosh. As he circulated his martial energy, the cold energy that had been swallowed by the tribulation sword in his dantian suddenly surged out spontaneously and poured into the long sword. The ordinary steel long sword suddenly became crystal clear and emitted thousands of blazing cold lights. It directly reflected the rock cave, revealing every detail. Cha! Chu Yang shook his hand and tried to stab the sword tip into the bottom of the stone wall. He wanted to test the hardness of the wall before making a decision, but he never expected that when the sword went down, it was like stabbing into a piece of tofu. With a swoosh, the sword went all the way to the hilt. Chu Yang was overjoyed. "Why is it so soft?" He tried to pinch the stone wall with his hand, but it didn't move at all. His fingers hurt from the pinch. He suddenly realized that only this strange cold energy was the nemesis of this stone wall. The cold energy filled the long sword. Chu Yang slanted the sword and the edge of the blade inwards. With a bit of force, the long sword drew a deep mark on the stone wall. It was at least 3 feet long. Then, with 3 swoosh, 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 he drew out a rectangle. He threw the long sword away and placed his palms on the rectangle that he drew out like a piece of tofu. He sucked hard. With a pop, a piece of rock that weighed hundreds of kilograms fell to the ground. Chu Yang didn't have time to rest. He started again. One by one, the square stones were dug out from the stone wall and stacked neatly on the ground. In a short time, he was already sweating profusely. On the ground, there were close to 100 pieces of stones of the same size. The long sword was inserted again. Suddenly, there was a clang. In his dantian, the Calamity Sword suddenly flew up and circled rapidly in his dantian. Its excitement couldn't be contained. The sword tip. When the last big stone was dug out, Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. Under this stone, a shiny sword tip lay there quietly. It was as long as a palm, and its tip was sharp. White light was faintly discernible on both sides, but it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of pink. This was the unique, bloody light of a treasured blade that had killed countless people. A tyrannical aura emanated from the tip of the sword. There was no protective packaging. This sword tip had been here for who knew how many years. However, it was still flickering with a cold light. Furthermore, it was surrounded by a faint halo. Chu Yang felt that his lips were a little dry, and his heart was beating like a drum. He forced himself to calm down. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword point. Chu Yang frowned as soon as he held the sword tip in his hand. Then, he started to sweat profusely. This sword tip had been buried for so many years. It didn't seem to have any temperature. But when he held it in his hand, he realized that it was burning hot. The moment it came into contact with Chu Yang's body that was full of cold energy, the cold and heat stimulated each other. With a bang, a thick fog rose up in the stone chamber. Moreover, a ferocious aura suddenly broke out. The tip of the sword gently trembled in Chu Yang's hand. It seemed as if it was about to cut off his palm and fly away. Chu Yang tried his best to circulate his martial power and resist with all his might. He was extremely puzzled. When he obtained the tribulation sword point in his previous life, such a strange situation didn't occur. Why was everything different now that he had been reborn? The sword tip's struggle grew stronger and stronger. Chu Yang was already somewhat powerless to control it. Finally, the sword tip jumped. Chu Yang frowned. A deep blood groove had already appeared in his palm. The sword tip was about to fly away. If it flew away, he might not be able to find it again in this life. At this moment, a burst of anger suddenly rushed out of his dantian. The tribulation sword spirit rushed out like lightning. It rushed out of his dantian and rushed into his meridians. The next moment, it had already rushed to his palm. Then, a strange force entered the tribulation sword point from Chu Yang's palm. The sword tip, which was struggling to fly away, suddenly calmed down after coming into contact with this force. The cold aura on Chu Yang's body suddenly disappeared, and the hot aura also disappeared in an instant. The tip of the calamity sword in his hand shone brightly, and a blood-red ray of light shot straight up. Then, it disappeared with a swoosh. Then, Chu Yang felt that the sword tip suddenly became docile. The next moment, something even stranger happened. The shining sword tip suddenly and strangely disappeared from Chu Yang's palm. In Chu Yang's dantian, the illusory tribulation sword trembled excitedly. The sword tip suddenly became solid. The sword tip returned to its original position. The next moment, a vast and boundless concept rose in Chu Yang's heart. It was as if someone was chanting, "A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep does not change. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor." Then, a chant suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's heart, along with some messy postures. Chu Yang's heart shook. His mind sank into the realm of consciousness and looked carefully. He suddenly realized that this was the chant of the tribulation heavenly divine technique that he had memorized by heart. A strange force shot out from the tribulation sword point in his dantian and merged into Chu Yang's limbs and bones. Unknowingly, Chu Yang's cultivation suddenly took a big step forward. He had just broken through to the martial warrior level, but he suddenly rose to the martial warrior level. Moreover, he stopped at the peak. He vaguely had the momentum to continue breaking through, but he stopped at the peak and did not move. At the same time, in the realm of consciousness, a figure wearing a feathered robe and a high crown held a sword in his hand and slowly displayed the sword's power. Every movement was executed smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. Chu Yang's soul was intoxicated watching. He already knew about these sword moves in his previous life, but he did not know why he could not understand their true essence. But now, looking at it, it seemed that there was a mysterious force helping him. He finally understood its mystery. In his previous life, he also obtained the power and chant from the sword tip. It was no different from the current situation. However, the feeling he got in this life was different from the previous one. In his previous life, he felt that there was a barrier. No matter what, he could not fully understand it. It was like there was a thin layer of window paper that could not be pierced through even with all of Nyo Eru's strength. But now, He had mastered everything through a comprehensive study. Every detail, every tiny change, was like a clear stream that flowed slowly in the bottom of his heart. Every single detail could be seen clearly. This was the recognition of the Tribulation Sword, the privilege of the Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang closed his eyes and immersed himself in this strange realm. What he didn't know was that the moment the tip of the Calamity Sword entered his dantian, which was the moment when the 4 lines of the poem suddenly appeared, a colorless and odorless light shot up to the sky from the gathering clouds peak of beyond the heavens sected and exploded. The entire sky of lower 3 heavens was suddenly filled with dark clouds from all directions. In just a moment, the entire sky was covered. The continent suddenly fell into darkness. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was now morning. There were still more than 2 hours before noon. At this time, the sky was actually dark. The entire continent was in a panic. Great Zhao Empire, Prime Minister's Manor. From the outside, this Prime Minister's manor was an extremely ordinary official's manor. It did not occupy a particularly large area. Moreover, from the outside, it did not look luxurious. The guards did not seem to be strict at all. However, this was the residence of the ambitious and ruthless Diwu Qingro. When the sky darkened, there was a commotion all around. However, the Prime Minister's manor was completely silent. There was not the slightest bit of chaos. Immediately, in the shortest amount of time, the entire Prime Minister's manor was brightly lit. It was in the morning, and the phenomenon in the sky had happened without warning. But the people here seemed to have been prepared for it in an orderly manner. The lights were turned on. In the study, a 30-year-old scholar was sitting upright. He was dressed in plain and elegant clothes. His face was refined, and his eyes were deep like rivers flowing into the sea. It was as if everything in the world was under the gaze of these eyes. Nothing was missed. When the darkness came, he seemed to have a premonition. He stood in front of the window and looked up at the sky silently. Chapter 42. The sky suddenly darkened, but he still stood motionless in front of the window with his hands clasped behind his back. It wasn't until someone tiptoed in and lit the candles that the mansion's lights were lit that he frowned slightly and returned to sit in front of his desk. His eyes gazed into the void as if he was thinking about something. Prime Minister, official Dong requests an audience. An old man in green silently appeared and respectfully reported. Dong Wufa? Let him in. This person was the most powerful prime minister in Great Zhao, Diwu Qingro. Soon, a thin and tall person came in. Prime Minister is well. Sit. Diwu Qingro waved his hand and looked at the flickering candlelight on the table. He quietly said, Official Dong, what is the matter? I came because of the heavenly vision. Dong Wufa's body was tall. His hands were like palm leaf fans. His face was thin and his cheekbones were protruding. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Anyone who saw his eyes would immediately think of the savage, scavenging vultures in the desert. This person was the #1 general of the Great Zhao Emperor's army. Dong Wufa's arrival here meant that the leaders of Great Zhao's government were all present. Normally, the leaders of both the military and the government were like fire and water, but here, it was the exact opposite. Dong Wufa was older than Diwu Qingro, but Diwu Qingro was the person Dong Wufa admired the most in his life. Heavenly vision? Yes, it is indeed a heavenly vision. Diwu Qingro's thin face revealed a trace of worry as he spoke softly. After he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze as if he was thinking hard about something. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, making a soft sound. The study room fell into silence. Dong Wufa sat straight across from Diwu Qingro, not daring to disturb his thoughts. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed and the sky became clear again. Diwu Qingro stood up with his hands behind his back and slowly walked to the window. He looked up and muttered, "Half an hour." From the moment the dark clouds came, the sky and earth were covered. Until now the clouds have dispersed. Half an hour has passed. This kind of strange phenomenon is rarely seen. Prime Minister, is something important about to happen? Dong Wu Fa's face changed. Diwu Qingro raised his head to look at the sky. A look of shock flashed across his eyes. Dongwu Fa was behind him, but he did not see it. In the blink of an eye, he had regained his composure. He slowly turned around and said with a smile, "There's no other reason." For some unknown reason, heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic, and the mysteries of heaven became chaotic. It's already unpredictable. The future is impossible to predict. Even with the Prime Minister's heaven-defying observation of the stars, you are still unable to predict the future? Dongwu Fa suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with anxiety. No matter what, my great Zhao's momentum of unifying the world is already very clear. Diwu Qingrou's voice was soft, but it was resolute and decisive. He spoke with great confidence. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. He paused for a moment and then added, "Speed up?" "Yes." Diwu Qingrou's words were very normal, but his resolute tone made Dong Wufa feel relieved. It seemed that as long as Diwu Qingrou's words were here, even if the entire sky collapsed, it wouldn't matter. "Go." Diwu Qingrou smiled warmly. "Yes, then I'm leaving." Dong Wufa stood up, turned around, and strode out. Watching his back disappear, Diwu Qingrou's smiling eyes suddenly became puzzled and puzzled. He muttered, "How could this be?" The momentum of the sun had already formed. Why did heaven and earth reverse at this moment, and the opponent actually showed a trace of vitality? He slowly paced back and forth. After a while, his left hand slowly clenched into a fist and placed it in front of his chest. His eyes gradually became fierce. "It's just a candle in the wind. One breath can extinguish it. How could I, Diwu Qingrou, let you form a prairie fire?" His eyes narrowed as if he had made up his mind. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Guards!" These two short words were unexpectedly filled with murderous intent. In Ironcloud Nation, Taibutian, who was known as the pride of the generation, was also looking at the sky with rapt attention. Her gentle face was full of seriousness that did not match her age. "Chaos, everything is in chaos," Taibu Tian muttered to himself. He shook his head and laughed involuntarily. "This is a game of chess." "Diwu Qingrou, oh Diwu Qingrou, are you still so confident?" As he said this, Taibu Tian's face, which had always been heavy and faintly worried, suddenly showed a trace of playfulness. His eyebrows curved, and for a moment, he actually looked somewhat charming. Not only the lower three heavens, but even the skies of the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens had become as dark as ink at this moment. In some ancient places that only belonged to legends, there were also signs of restlessness. On the wild ice field, as the sky suddenly turned dark, that kind of huge energy poured into the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky. A huge iceberg suddenly burst open, and a black shadow shot straight into the sky. He looked around and confirmed that this aura definitely existed. Then, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "The day of our 3 stars divine clan's reappearance has finally arrived," he shouted wildly, and suddenly knelt down heavily on the iceberg. He looked up, and his face was already full of tears, tribulation, heaven-defying, the rising sun, the rise of the divine clan. "Heaven, oh heaven! This oath has troubled us for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years." In the mournful cold wind, his voice spread far and wide, and reverberated for a long time in the empty space between heaven and earth. That kind of ancient desolation and the joy of relief was so clear. "Children, let's turn this heavens upside down again. Ha ha ha." This black shadow roared loudly, and it was like thunder in the sky. A burst of cheers sounded from all directions. At the same time, the few big clans that dominated the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens also held secret meetings. There was only one topic in the meeting. It was shockingly similar. Heaven is about to change. The younger generation of our big clans should also take advantage of this time to go out and gain experience. Otherwise, our clans will fall in this great change. Tribulation comes, wind and clouds dance. 10,000 tribulations are destroyed, and the stars cry. Heaven and earth change, and the path of destiny. This is heaven's will. The outstanding young brothers of our clans will immediately enter the world. In this Jianghu area, you must suppress the descendants of the other clans. No matter what you do, you must suppress them. This must be firmly remembered. Heaven and earth change greatly, and the fate of this moment will affect the rise and fall of our big clans. And you, the younger generation, represent where our fate lies. This was something that every clan's leader would tell their juniors with great care. Naturally, there was also the most important sentence, and it was also a sentence that every young man could recite by the ear. Find the master of the tribulation sword, and if you can become friends, then help him with all your strength. If you are an enemy, then destroy him at all costs. Heaven and earth shook, and almost all the decisions were made in a short hour. Chu Yang was still underground, and he did not know that because of the birth of the tribulation sword, the entire world had changed. He definitely did not know that because of this incident, the life trajectory of those who would shake the world in the future would be changed. Chapter 43. Chu Yang restored the stone to its original state. When he walked out of the green jade door, the stone room was once again filled with a cold air. It looked the same as before, but Chu Yang knew that it was different. Even though this place was still Seven Shades congregation grounds, it lacked the spiritual energy of the Calamity Sword. In the Seven Shades congregation grounds, there were bound to be extremely cold treasures under the ground. This was a secret that Chu Yang had inadvertently discovered after he had arrived in the upper three heavens in his previous life. Chu Yang had already obtained the Calamity Sword, which was more important than anything else. Therefore, he did not covet the treasure that created Seven Shades congregation grounds. He would preserve this bit of energy for beyond the heavens sect. But the cold air he absorbed was almost the same as the cold air of Seven Shades congregation grounds over the past few decades. Even though it was absorbed by the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang could use it as he wished. It was no different from using his own martial arts. This was the special benefit of the Calamity Sword's master. Of course, if Beyond the Heavens sect was still unable to avoid destruction in the future, then Chu Yang would come and take away the unknown treasure that created Seven Shades congregation grounds. He would not let anyone else have it. When he walked out of the door, he could not help but be surprised. Meng Chao Ran was still standing there with an indifferent expression. But how did Sect Master become a masked man? Plus, he was wrapped up so tightly that only his eyes could be seen. It seems that his eyes are a bit smaller, only a slit. When Chu Yang appeared, Meng Chao Ran and Wu Yunliang both looked at him. At first glance, both of them had an inexplicable feeling at the same time. The Chu Yang of this moment is definitely different from before he went in. But what exactly was different, they could not tell. It was as if this was a very fleeting feeling. At the same time, Wu Yunliang also felt that Chu Yang was curiously sizing him up. He could not help but blush. "How is it?" the two asked at the same time. They spoke in unison. Chu Yang stayed in there for a full 6 hours. The two were already shocked beyond words. Generally, the longest time a disciple could stay in the Seven Shades congregation grounds was less than an hour before they had to come out immediately. Otherwise, they would be frozen to death by the extreme cold air. When he came out, his entire body was shivering and his face was covered in white frost. He looked like he was on his deathbed. However, Chu Yang had stayed inside for 6 hours, and he had come out as if nothing had happened. Both of them looked at Chu Yang as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Yang saw that his master and martial uncle were all staring at him. Their eyes didn't move at all. Not knowing what had happened, he could not help but touch his face subconsciously. If there was a mirror here, Chu Yang's first reaction would be to take it and see if there was a flower growing on his face. This gaze was too strange. Naturally, he didn't know the reaction of entering Seven Shades Colony for the first time. "What happened? Are you all right?" the two of them asked in unison. "Nothing." Chu Yang was even more puzzled. The two of them looked at each other. Chu Yang could clearly see that Wu Yunliang's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. Meng Chao Ren coughed a few times and asked seriously, "Ahem ahem ahem, your great uncle means, how is your Seven Shades absolute palm?" "Nope, but I feel like I have absorbed a lot of cold energy." Chu Yang said in a daze, "Let me try." Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoran were speechless. "Why did you go in?" Chu Yang channeled his energy. He deliberately channeled the cold energy stored in the tribulation sword in his dantian. Immediately, the stone room became cold as if it was winter. His outstretched right hand suddenly turned silver-white. His left and right hands clapped together. Immediately, cold energy filled the air. He had only used 30%. However, Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoran's eyes widened. How could this be? This was almost the 5th level of 7 Shades Absolute Palm. This was simply inconceivable. That day, when he used 7 Shades Absolute Palm, there was only a faint cold energy. It was clear that he had just started using 7 Shades Absolute Palm. He had not even reached the 1st level. But now, this cold chi was equivalent to reaching the 5th level in a single bound. This was equivalent to the sect leader's younger brother's decades of cultivation. If they knew that Chu Yang had only used 30% of his cold energy, what would they think? The two rubbed their eyes at the same time. Meng Chaoran was even more shocked by his own disciple. He nonchalantly pinched Wu Yunliang's thigh. Wu Yunliang screamed. That part of his body was already bruised from the beating. Now that it was being twisted, the pain was bone-piercing. He hugged his thigh and jumped up. So it was not a dream. Meng Chaoran smiled happily. He was very happy that his little brother had such an achievement. "You." Wu Yunliang angrily looked at him. "Does your thigh hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Meng Chaoran nonchalantly said. "I just wanted to see if it was real, but you pinched my thigh." Wu Yunliang angrily said. "We have been brothers for so many years. What's the difference between pinching you and pinching me?" Meng Chaoran laughed heartily. He walked forward and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. "Not bad. You have made your master proud." Meng Chaoran had always been mature and prudent. Normally, he would not joke around like this. But right now, he was so happy that he lost his usual self. Wu Yunliang's face was full of anger, but his heart was very happy. It was as if he could see the little brother who had just entered the sect many years ago standing in front of him. He could not help but smile. "You were able to absorb so much cold energy and go out on your own. I am relieved." Meng Chaoran smiled and said to Chu Yang, "But when you reach Iron Cloud, you must be as low-key as possible. Do not meddle in other people's business just because you have some skills, especially when it comes to saving a beauty. If you can avoid it, don't do it. You must know that beauty is the source of disaster." Chu Yang solemnly agreed. Meng Chaoran's words were indeed priceless advice. The hero saving the beauty repaying the hero with her body. This was something that every young man in Jianghu yearned for. However, this was also the path of death for too many martial artists. Those who dared to openly bully beautiful women were all powerful people. If they were not powerful, then their families were powerful. If you provoked those people and did not have a powerful background, then you could only wander the world to seek refuge. Chu Yang thought to himself, if I were to be like those little brats and do stupid things, then that would be a miracle. But I still don't understand. How can you absorb so much cold energy? Wu Yunliang interjected. His bruised eyes stared at Chu Yang. You are only a first-grade martial warrior. Huh? First-grade martial warrior? Chu Yang innocently opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Yunliang was a little confused. His already round eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He remembered that when he saw him a few days ago, he was only a third-grade martial warrior. How did he rise like a rocket in just a few days? How could so many miracles happen in this little boy's body? Moreover, even if he was a first-grade martial warrior, after absorbing so much cold energy, his blood vessels would have been frozen into ice. How could this guy act as if nothing had happened? Looking at Chu Yang's innocent face, Wu Yunliang closed his mouth after a while. He rolled his eyes and said dejectedly, "All right, I won't ask anymore. You can pretend as much as you want. I only hope that when you reach Iron Cloud, you can pretend like this. I won't fail to live up to your expectations." Chu Yang smiled. His face was full of honesty and sincerity. Wu Yunliang was speechless. Looking at this guy's honest and sincere face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever believes your face is an idiot. If he were to believe your words, then that person would have already been sold. Chapter 44. After saying goodbye to Wu Yunliang, Meng Ran walked back to Purple Bamboo Garden in silence. Chuyang knew that Meng Ran was worried about him, but he did not know what to do. He wanted to say something, but he felt that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He would not be able to dispel Meng Ran's worries, so he kept his mouth shut. Just as they reached the entrance of Purple Bamboo Garden, they heard Tan Tan's piercing yell, "Don't run. If you run again, I will turn you into soup." Both of them were startled. They quickly went in and saw Tan Tan standing by the pond with his butt in the air, splashing water everywhere. Then, he cheered and jumped up with a fish in his hand. Holding it above his head, he laughed heartily. Meng Ran was surprised and rushed forward. Chu Yang was also surprised. He did not expect Tan Tan to catch such a good thing. It was a strange fish. Its whole body was black without scales. Its head was round and had no eyes. It was a blind fish. It wasn't big and weighed less than half a catty. "Tan Tan, put it down." Meng Ran's voice was urgent. "Don't kill it." Tan Tan turned his head with a perplexed look on his face. Then, he excitedly shouted, "Master, Chu Yang, look, I caught a strange fish." As he was talking, the fish struggled and escaped from his hand. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and was about to fall back into the water. Meng Ran's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He jumped out and caught the fish before it fell back into the water. Then, he flipped back and grabbed a basin of water. Without stopping, he went back to the pond, scooped up half of the water, and put the fish in. Then, he wiped the water off his face and handed the basin to Tan Tan with a smile. "Put it in your room and look after it. This fish is very precious. Don't let it die." Tan Tan was confused. "Master, what kind of fish is this? It's so small. It's not even enough to make soup." "Make soup? You only know how to eat." Meng Ran was both angry and amused. He patted his head and reprimanded, "This is a priceless treasure. Wouldn't it be a pity to eat it?" "Priceless treasure?" Tan Tan scratched his head and looked at the fish curiously. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a fish. Even though it looked a little strange, it wasn't a dragon. "This is the divine chi gathering fish." Chu Yang also squatted down and looked at the fish. "I didn't expect that Tan Tan would find such a treasure. You're really lucky." Divine chi gathering fish? That's right. According to ancient legends, the divine chi gathering fish is a treasure of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. This kind of fish couldn't grow big, their meat wasn't delicious, and they didn't have any powerful skills. However, if he placed the fish in a fish tank and raised it in his room, it would be able to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to the greatest extent and gather it there. For a martial artist's cultivation, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It can be said to be a treasure that martial artists yearn for even in their dreams. Chu Yang said softly, "That's right. The other greatest benefit is that with this fish around, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth absorbed from the surroundings is pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth." This was the hardest part. The existence of this kind of fish had already become a legend. For many years, it had only existed in ancient records, and no one had ever seen it before. "Tan Tan, how did you find out?" Meng Ran was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Tan Tan. "It was just now. Just now, I was fetching water from the pond, and suddenly, the sky turned dark. I couldn't even see my fingers in front of me. I was very scared, so I stayed by the pond and didn't dare to move. After half an hour, the sky started to brighten. Then, I noticed that the soil under the pond was constantly moving, as if something was trying to come out. Then, I kept watching. Tantan spread out his hands. Then, this guy came out of the soil. I saw that it looked strange, so I caught it." The sky turned dark. Meng Ran frowned. When the sky changed, he and Wu Yunliang were in the stone room, so they didn't know. Now that he heard Tantan's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The sky turned dark for half an hour? Then, this fish came out of the soil? Meng Ran looked up at the sky, and his eyes flashed with a trace of worry. The things of the divine clan have not appeared in this world for a long time. Why did this divine chi-gathering fish suddenly appear? It was morning. So why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Could it be that the sky is going to change? Meng Xiaoran thought hard. After a long time, he finally gave up. However, from his expression, it seemed that he had added another worry to his mind. Chu Yang also blinked his eyes in confusion. He also didn't know that after he obtained the sword point of the Calamity Sword and fused with it, such an earth-shattering feat would happen. Tan, since you found this fish, then let's do it. Then, you can make a fish tank and raise it in your room. Meng Xiaoran's expression returned to normal. Yes, master. Chu Yang and I have always been in the same room. This way, we can both use it. Haha. Tan laughed happily. From today onwards, Chu Yang and you will sleep separately. Meng Xiaoran's face sank. Why? Tan cried out in disappointment. No reason. Chu Yang has other important things to do. Then let's put this fish in Chu Yang's room. Tan said with a sad face. Although I also need it, Chu Yang is about to go out on a dangerous mission. He needs it even more than I do. Even if it can only improve a little, it is still good. Well, it would be best if Chu Yang takes it with him when he goes out. Then, he can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth anytime and anywhere. Chu Yang's heart was shocked. He turned around and looked at Tan. He only felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He didn't speak for a long time. Meng Xiaoran had already explained the benefits of the divine chi-gathering fish. Although Tan was a little unreliable, he was not stupid. He could not understand. However, he didn't even think of monopolizing such a priceless treasure. He even wanted to give it to him without batting an eyelid. Although he didn't want to give it to him, he still wanted to give it to him. Why? Meng Xiaoran's eyes were full of gratification. I am here with Master. There is no danger. Tan said seriously. Chu Yang needs it more than I do. Silly boy. Meng Xiaoran stretched out his hand and stroked Tan's head. If you want to protect Chu Yang, you must improve your strength first. When your brother needs your help, you will be able to use your greatest strength. If Chu Yang goes out with this thing, it will lead to a fatal disaster. Do you understand? Tan suddenly opened his mouth and hurriedly said, Then I will keep it. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with some embarrassment. Chu Yang, I am not stingy. This, I understand. Chu Yang hugged his shoulder and said deeply, Good brother. Tan, how did you know I was going out? Chu Yang asked. You have been preparing these past few days, but you didn't tell me. I am not stupid. We have been together for more than 10 years. If you don't tell me, it will be dangerous. Tan snorted and said, Moreover, Master has been with you a lot these past few days. If I didn't know, then I would have been stupid. Chu Yang laughed. Tan snorted and suddenly said seriously, Chu Yang, I don't know where you are going, but I will practice seriously and help you in the future. Good. I will wait for you. When the time comes, let us brothers work together to reverse the world. Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit and shouted. He only felt a sense of confidence in his heart. With such a good brother, how can I not work hard? One must know that this reversal will change Tan's fate. Chapter 45. For the next 3 days, Meng Xiaoran gave Chu Yang a comprehensive training. In these 3 days, the master and disciple stayed in the same room. Meng Xiaoran practiced all the skills he knew. He patiently instilled his own Jianghu experience and the things he needed to pay attention to. Although Chu Yang was clear about these, he enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by his master. Therefore, when Meng Xiaoran spoke, he listened very seriously. She tried her best to enjoy the warmth of that moment. This warmth, he missed it in his previous life. But in this life, Chu Yang did not want to miss it. He knew that if he did not listen, Meng Xiaoran would not say anything, but his heart would feel very uncomfortable. Chu Yang did not want his master to feel uncomfortable. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Yang stepped out of his room and looked at the early morning mist. He took a deep breath. His eyes were somewhat reluctant. Today, he would leave here. This time, he did not know when he would come back, or if he could come back. There was a heavy rain last night. The entire purple bamboo garden was washed clean. Meng Ran said early in the morning that he would go up the mountain to pick herbs. Chu Yang knew that his master could not bear to leave, so he simply hid. A scream came from the toilet. Then, Tan Tan dashed out and brought along a burst of strong stench. His whole body was filthy. Chu Yang could not help but be stunned. Why was this guy still holding the divine chi-gathering fish in his hand? Tan Tan's face was full of awkwardness and depression as he brushed past him. Then, he rushed into the room and threw the divine chi-gathering fish into the fish tank with a dong sound. Then he took off his clothes and ran out naked. He carried a wooden bucket to the side of the pond and poured water on his head. After several buckets, the stench faded a little. Chu Yang was originally feeling sentimental, but he was confused by Tan Tan. This little guy was like a psychopath. What was he doing? Did he fall into a cesspool early in the morning? Tan Tan finally cleaned himself up. He jumped into the room and put on a set of clothes at lightning speed. Then, he rolled the dirty clothes into a ball and threw them out. Then he came out with a wry smile. His face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Before he could say anything, he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Ah, don't mention it. Tan Tan wanted to cry but had no tears. It turned out that ever since this guy obtained the divine chi-gathering fish, he treated it like a treasure and kept it in his fish tank. From time to time, he would feed them some food and water plants. But a day later, he turned over in the fish tank. No matter how Tan Tan teased her, she didn't respond. It floated in the fish tank with its belly turned over, without any signs of life. When Tan Tan picked him up today, he discovered that his body had become stiff. He sighed sadly and held the fish in his hand. Coincidentally, he was going to the toilet, so he took it with him. He thought that since it was dead, he might as well throw it into the toilet. But after he threw the fish into the cesspool, the most unexpected thing happened. The fish actually scuttled around in the dirty water of the latrine. It was extremely lively. Tan Tan was completely helpless. So, he had no choice but to jump down and grab it again. The most tragic thing was, there was a heavy rain last night. Tan Tan almost swam in the latrine. Cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. After listening to this matter, Chu Yang held his stomach and was out of breath. His whole body was twitching with laughter. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that this guy would make such a blunder. Tan Tan sighed. His face was full of tragedy. He cursed bitterly. How would I know what happened to this dead fish? It stayed in the fish tank, motionless, like a corpse. After I threw it into the latrine, it actually became lively. Does this dead fish only move in smelly places? Chu Yang rubbed his stomach. Snot and tears flowed down his face. You idiot. The divine chi-gathering fish absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It also needs to digest it. If it absorbs enough, it will stop moving. It will quietly digest the spiritual energy and then move on to the next step. Therefore, during the time when it is digesting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is the best time for a martial artist to use it to cultivate. And you actually threw it into the latrine. Tan Tan's mouth opened into the shape of a goose egg. Why didn't you say so earlier? You idiot. Chu Yang said resentfully. This divine chi-gathering fish can survive even if it is buried deep underground. How can you die if you are kept in a fish tank? Use that stupid head of yours and think carefully. Besides, it relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to live. It is useless no matter what you feed it. Throwing it into the latrine. You really did it. If other people knew that you had a divine chi-gathering fish and threw it into the latrine, I guess all the martial artists in the world would come to kill you. Tan Tan sighed and said, It's not easy for me either. My clothes are ruined. Look at my hands. He extended his hands as he spoke and put them under his nose to smell them. Then, he exposed an expression as if he wanted to vomit. I will use these hands to eat later. How can I eat like this? You deserve it. Chu Yang thought for a moment. He could not help but laugh. He went into the fish tank and saw the pitiful divine chi-gathering fish jumping back and forth. It was vomiting and having diarrhea. It seemed that this fish was disgusted. Hurry up and change the water. Chu Yang yelled. Tan Tan quickly did as he was told. After changing the water 7 or 8 times, the divine chi-gathering fish finally calmed down. It lay at the bottom of the water with its belly bulging. It seemed that it had some hidden bitterness. It seemed that this time, it had to take a good rest. Chu Yang did not expect that when he left, he would laugh to the point of tears. It was not until he had walked far away that he heard Tan Tan's hoarse voice shouting, "Chu Yang, take care of yourself. I will come and find you. I will help you." His voice was choked with sobs as he shouted. Chu Yang's footsteps paused, but he did not look back. He just waved his hand, turned around, and disappeared from Tan Tan's sight. "You must not die," Tan Tan screamed. Tears streamed down his face. He suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He did not know what Chu Yang was going to do, but he knew that Chu Yang's mission this time was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, his master would not have reacted like that. Tan Tan was very worried and sad. Chu Yang's heart was a little sour, but he held on and did not look back. Step by step, he left. In the distance, on top of a mountain, Meng Chao ran bathed in the rising sun. His eyes were fixed on his brother as he left step by step. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. In his right hand, there was a piece of paper. On the paper, Chu Yang had written a few words. "Fleeting snow cloud steps. You need to lie down, reverse the flow of your internal energy, and push forward from the last step." Chu Yang floated on the mountain path. On his back, there was a small bag. He walked out of beyond the heavens sect alone, embarking on a lonely journey, facing a fate that had become uncertain. Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt a faint sense of melancholy. He suddenly remembered a few words. "This time, I will not look back even if I have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. This time, I will walk the path of Jianghu in death. This time, I will laugh proudly at the world. From now on, I will go straight to the heavens without looking back." These words were from a very popular song in his previous life, Jianghu Journey. Mo Qingwu once played and sang this song. Chu Yang had a deep impression of it. Thinking about it, Chu Yang could not help but smile. He murmured, "This journey, there will be a reversal of the heavens. This journey, there will be a reincarnation of destiny. This journey, I will accompany you to laugh at the world of mortals. This journey, there will be a reversal of the heavens." He softly hummed a few lines of lyrics that he added. He walked out of beyond the heavens sect, out of the range of the first garden peak. He did not even look back. The young man's hair casually fell down, covering half of his face. From the fluttering hair, a pair of eyes calmly watched the world. His gaze was like a knife, as if it wanted to split the world. The rising sun shone on his body, dragging his shadow. The dense fog in the mountain forest added a layer of bright red color to his back. Chapter 46. On the main road, a carriage was slowly moving. In front and behind the carriage, 8 riders with cold faces urged their horses forward. An old coachman with gray hair squinted his eyes and held a whip in his hand. His expression was somewhat indifferent as he looked forward. With the crisp sound of the whip, he left a long stretch of road behind. Dust flew everywhere. Inside the carriage, there was an old man with a thin face. He was frowning slightly as if he was thinking about something. This old man was the world's #1 godly doctor, Du Shiqing. This time, he was going from Great Zhao to Iron Cloud Nation. "Senior Du, you only have one mission on this trip to Iron Cloud. That is to use your heaven-reversing divine hand to help the Iron Cloud Nation's dying emperor hold on for a while longer. Do not let him die too early." This was what the Prime Minister of the Empire, Diwu Qingro, had personally received him and solemnly said. Du Shiqing also understood why he wanted the Iron Cloud Nation's emperor to live a little longer. Although Iron Cloud Nation was currently under the Prime Minister's control, the Prime Minister was not the emperor. There were some things that were not legitimate. As long as the Iron Cloud Nation's emperor could hold on for a single breath, then Iron Cloud Nation would never be a monolithic entity. Even if Tai Butian was a genius, as long as he did not dare to kill his own father, then there was nothing he could do. Tai Shicheng's 1 more month of life was 1 more month of time for Great Zhao. It was best to delay until everything was ready and the war broke out. At that time, the biggest flaw of Iron Cloud Nation's prime minister is not the emperor would be exposed. However, this mission was extremely difficult. Only Du Shiqing knew how difficult it was. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and sighed. Years ago, when Tai Shicheng was in his prime, he was fighting with Great Zhao on the battlefield. At that time, Diwu Qingro was only a grand secretary with the responsibility of supervising the army. He secretly hired the best archer in the world to assassinate Tai Shicheng. In the midst of the chaos, he shot an arrow at Tai Shicheng. The arrow was poisoned. At that time, Tai Shicheng was blocked by a guard. The arrow first went through the guard's chest and then pierced Tai Shicheng's body. The killing power was not strong, but that poison almost took Tai Shicheng's life. It was also Diwu Qingro who privately hired him with a large sum of money. He wanted him to work for the country, but in the end, he treated Tai Shicheng's injuries. In his entire life, he had only done one thing that violated medical ethics. He had cured Tai Shicheng's poison, but had also planted another incurable chronic poison in his body. The poison slowly eroded Tai Shicheng's body, just like how Great Zhao had slowly eroded Iron Cloud Nation, injuring him, but not letting him die. These past few years, Diwu Qingro had taken advantage of the war with Iron Cloud Nation and continued to make contributions. He continued to increase his qualifications and capital. Whether it was the military or the government, Diwu Qingro's contributions were second to none. To this day, he was the #1 person in the empire, second only to the emperor. He had been doing meritorious deeds and fighting battles, but he had always allowed Iron Cloud Nation to retain the power to resist and not be destroyed. He treated Iron Cloud Nation as his own meritorious service base. Only now did he truly begin to clean up Iron Cloud Nation because he was already at the peak. With Diwu Qingro's current power, even the emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Diwu Qingro's use of trickery had reached the acme of perfection. At this point, Tai Shicheng's body was beyond saving. He only had one breath left. If it were not for the amazing Butian Tai, perhaps Iron Cloud Nation would have already become Great Zhao's territory. And now, he still had to clean up after what he had done? Du Shiqing sighed deeply. The road ahead was long. Chu Yang stood on top of a mountain. Using the cover of the dense forest, he quietly watched the slowly approaching group of horses. His palm slightly tightened, and a piece of paper with the words Iron Cloud Nation has hired the #1 genius doctor in the world, Du Shiqing, to go to Iron Cloud Citadel. Early in the morning, he will pass by Evil Tiger Ridge. Then, without pausing, his body shot through the forest like a meteor and rushed down the mountain. This was the path he had planned for a long time ago. Du Shiqing was the key to it. To enter Iron Cloud Nation and reverse fate, it was not as simple as entering a country. After entering, he needed to be valued. Besides being valued, he also needed to gain trust. Only after gaining trust could he gain power. All of this had to be done in a short period of time. At the latest, he needed 2 years to complete the journey that an ordinary person would take in a lifetime. Chu Yang's task was not easy, but he did not look back. Du Shiqing was the beginning of Chu Yang's plan. Neigh. The strong horse let out a long neigh and stopped its steps. In front of the carriage, a young man had already landed. He was dressed in black and had a handsome face. His expression was calm with a hint of excitement as he eagerly looked at the carriage. Who is it? The 8 riders reined in their horses at the same time. 3 swords and 5 sabers left their sheaths at the same time. Is the person in the carriage the #1 genius doctor in the world, the one known as the compassionate saint, Du Shiqing? The young man in black's eyes were filled with excitement. He was full of gratitude and respect. Looking inside the carriage, he did not seem to notice the shining sabers and swords around him. Who are you? The leading rider's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He coldly looked at the young man and did not let down his guard. At the same time that the remaining few used their auras to lock onto the young man, they spread out without leaving a trace and guarded the carriage tightly from all directions. Am I? The young man took another step forward. He appeared to be very anxious. Whether I am or not, it has nothing to do with you, the leading rider coldly said. Back off. He could see that the young man did not have any evil intentions, but this was a very important matter. He had to be careful. "If you are Senior Du, please come out and meet me," the young man said unyieldingly. "Presumptuous." With a loud shout, 3 sabers flew out at the same time and chopped toward the young man. The young man in black seemed to be startled. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of anger. He twisted his body and dodged left and right between the sabers. The sabers were like a waterfall, but he was able to move freely between the sabers. He suddenly attacked. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With a clang, a saber fell to the ground. The leading rider also felt his wrist go numb. His saber almost flew out of his hand. He could not help but be startled. He quickly dismounted and shouted, "Form a formation to meet the enemy." The 7 riders dismounted at the same time. They were ready to fight. The sabers were faintly discernible. "Wait," Du Shiqing shouted from inside the carriage. Then he calmly said, "Young master, this old man is Du Shiqing. May I know what is the matter?" After he finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and revealed his face. "Senior Du, be careful. This person's origin is unknown. He has ulterior motives." 2 guards immediately stood guard in front of the carriage with their swords. "It really is divine, Dr. Du." The young man in black was so excited that his face turned red. He suddenly ignored the sabers and swords in front of him and stared at Du Shiqing. Step by step, he walked forward without any defense. After 2 steps, his body touched the saber. The leading rider did not intend to withdraw his saber. He just stood there. The young man felt the stinging sensation of the saber piercing his skin. He looked down and smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he bowed deeply toward Du Shiqing. This strange action caused everyone to be inexplicably flabbergasted. "Senior Du, do you remember 8 years ago when you practiced medicine to help the world? At that time, under the evil Tiger Ridge, the 2 countries were at war. Senior Du's kind hands saved the dying and helped the wounded. That time, when you came out to pick herbs, you passed by a mountain village and saved a mountain couple?" Chapter 47. An Iron Cloud Nation's Emperor Tai Shiqing's injury was treated by him during that time. "Senior Du not only saved my parents, but when he saw that my family was poor, he did not ask for anything. Before he left behind an ingot of silver. Senior Du's great kindness is something my family will never forget." The young man in black saw that Du Shiqing seemed to be thinking and could not help but smile even more. His tone became even more emotional at that time. "My parents were seriously ill and the family had no means of support. We only survived because of the ingot of silver Senior Du left behind. Senior Du's kindness to my family is as high as the sky and as deep as the earth." So that's how it is. Du Shiqing seemed to vaguely remember such a thing, but he had no recollection of it. It was as if he only remembered it because the other person mentioned it. However, he had done so many things like this in his life. Even if he did remember, it would have already been blurred by now. However, it had to be said that the feeling of being able to repay a debt of gratitude and being recognized by everyone in the world made everyone feel very happy. "Yes, regarding this matter, my late father Chu Daji told me more than once that when I grew up, I must find Senior Du and repay this kindness. Before my late father died, he was still brooding over not being able to repay Senior Du," the young man in black said with tears in his eyes. "The heavens have taken pity on me. Today, I finally found out about Senior Du's whereabouts and was able to talk to him face to face to express my gratitude. If my late father knew about this, he would definitely be very happy." As he spoke, his eyes became red. "This Du appreciates your kind intentions, father." Du Shiqing could not help but have a feeling of passing clouds. He sighed and said, "The past is gone." What is it? Your father has already passed away?" "Yes, my late father went into the mountains to hunt a tiger 3 years ago. Unfortunately," the young man in black said with a choked voice, "unfortunately, your father was a good man." A good man. Du Shiqing actually did not remember this until now. However, from the other person's description, this father was poor and was saved by him. For many years, He did not forget this kindness and never forgot to repay it. Even in his death, he did not forget to repay this kindness. Moreover, going into the mountains to hunt a tiger and fighting a tiger was truly a good man. Such a good man was, of course, a good man. Unconsciously, Du Shiqing also felt that he had done a good deed. Although Dong Xuebing's memory is blurry, he is still a teenager, and he can't fake his feelings for her. Senior Du finally remembered. The black-clothed youth shouted happily, "My name is Chu Yang. I have seen Senior Du before." "Time, you're all grown up now." Du Shiqing stroked his beard and smiled. He felt very comforted. At this moment, there was a feeling of having a descendant of an old friend. He could not help but sigh. If your father could see your skills today, he would be smiling like a spring. Yes. Before the new year, this humble one followed my master and practiced martial arts. Chu Yang looked a little embarrassed as he said, "Cough, cough. I've finally met Mr. Du today. I also know that Senior Du is going to Iron Cloud this time. Although I am not strong enough, I am willing to escort Senior Du all the way and do my best." "There is no need for that, right?" Du Shiqing said with some hesitation. "Could it be that Senior Du does not even want to give me a chance to repay you?" Chu Yang said sadly, "I know my martial arts are low, but this is my sincerity. I want to fulfill my father's dying wish. I ask Senior Du to fulfill my wish." At this point, there were no more questions. Even the 8 horsemen's attitude toward Chu Yang changed greatly. One of them even patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good. You say your martial arts are low? The 3 of us were not able to stop you." Chu Yang said humbly, "That was because big brothers let me go. Seeing my age, you did not want to use too much force. Otherwise, wouldn't you have cut me in half?" The horsemen all laughed. Although everyone knew that Chu Yang did not hold back, it was also true that he did not use his full strength. They liked this guy's tactfulness. Receiving someone's favor, not forgetting it. Persevering to fulfill his father's dying wish, this was a great display of loyalty and filial piety. Such a person, no matter where he went, would be welcomed. "Very well, since we are old friends, you should follow me. When we reach Iron Cloud, we will see if there is an opportunity to find a promotion for you," Du Shiqing said with a smile. The 8 horsemen all looked at Du Shiqing with admiration. Du Shiqing's recommendation, especially at a time when Iron Cloud Nation needed his help, how rare was this? It could be said that as long as Du Shiqing opened his mouth, this young man's future would be bright. "I do not dare. I am not interested in those things," Chu Yang said casually with a disheartened expression. "I only need to confirm that Senior Du is safely in Iron Cloud. Then I can leave with peace of mind. Although I am not a good person, it is better to stay away from those things. I don't want to lose my head for no reason at any time." How could Chu Yang not know that this was Du Shiqing's last test? Du Shiqing put on an expression as if he did not care about fame and reputation. He also put on an expression as if he was trying his best to hide his despair. Hearing this, even the old coachman's expression relaxed. Du Shiqing shook his head and laughed. "Very well. Since that is the case, you can follow me." Chu Yang's sadness immediately turned into joy. He jumped up and said, "Thank you, Senior Du." Du Shiqing saw that this young man was so happy and could not help but laugh heartily. Little did he know that this young man, who was honest, kind, filial, and righteous in his eyes, was so happy that he almost vomited. Du Shiqing also did not know that the so-called sincere memories and last words were all fake. Chu Yang did not even know his own identity, so how could he have a Chu Daji? Chapter 48. Oh, everyone, including Du Shiqing, let out a long sigh as if they understood everything. Then, they looked at Chu Yang with sympathetic eyes. This kind of snatching away someone's love was too common. Especially between martial brothers, there were some things that could not be said. Chu Yang cooperated and put on a painful expression. His 2 hands hugged his head and curled up. His 10 fingers tightly grabbed his hair and even pulled out a lot of hair. It was enough to show how much pain he was in. Sigh. Du Shiqing sighed and said heavily, "This matter, no one should mention it again." The 8 riders agreed together. Even the old coachman's eyes softened as he looked at Chu Yang. It was no wonder that when she asked him that day, this little guy showed a desperate and helpless look. So that was the reason. Thank you. Chu Yang lowered his head and gratefully said in a hoarse voice. Then, he said in a painful tone, once I complete my father's last wish and repay Mr. Du's great kindness, I will disappear from this world. Ha, from now on, I will be alone in the mountains. A man does not have to worry about not having a wife. Du Shiqing patted his shoulder and comforted him. You don't have to care so much. Chu Yang nodded heavily and sighed, but did not say anything. It was clear that his mood was difficult to get rid of. After this matter, the attitude of the people in the group toward Chu Yang changed greatly. There was a faint sense of closeness. He was loyal, filial, infatuated, and endured humiliation. Such a rare young man. Chu Yang's performance had completely conquered these people. Even Chu Yang himself did not know that he had gained so many advantages in just a moment. The leader even sighed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Little brother, you don't have to be like this. Look on the bright side. As long as you have money, there are many beautiful girls in the kiln. Chu Yang nodded, sorrowfully. He raised his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Even though no one said anything, the way they looked at Chu Yang softened a lot. The weak, no matter what time it was, would always arouse people's sympathy. 34. Even the old coachman who had always been by the side of the horse sighed deeply. He lifted the sole of his shoe and tapped the ash from his cigarette. That pair of eyes that had seen through the world also seemed a little misty. Chu Yang sighed, but in his heart, he knew that Du Shiqing's test was over. The only thing left was to go to Iron Cloud Nation. Iron Cloud Nation's old foxes were not as easy to fool as Du Shiqing. Du Shiqing was a divine physician of his generation. Legend has it that no matter what kind of illness it was, when it came to him, it would be cured. However, he was just a doctor, and his medical skills were superb. Everyone was polite to him, so he might not have much experience in dealing with people. Chu Yang also knew that a few years later, Du Shiqing's reputation would be ruined because of this incident in Iron Cloud Nation. Later on, for some unknown reason, the Iron Cloud Monarch's illness was exposed. It turned out that Du Shiqing had done this many years ago. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire lower three heavens. Du Shiqing also exploded because of this matter. Faced with the accusations of all the heroes of the world, he admitted to this matter and silently committed suicide. Just like that, a divine physician of a generation was reduced to dust. Perhaps he was just a doctor, or perhaps he had no other choice, but what was done was done. Chu Yang did not feel any special pity for him. Along the way, he had deceived and used Du Shiqing, so he did not feel any guilt. However, in these past few days, he could see that this kind divine physician was not a bad person. Perhaps it was just a confrontation between two countries, each with their own master. After all, he was a citizen of Great Zhao. In the end, perhaps he was just a sacrifice, a tool used by Diwu Qingro to appease the people after he conquered Iron Cloud Nation. As for these 8 riders, after careful observation, Chu Yang was finally certain. Among these 8 people, there was no one from Golden Horse Riders Department. From the looks of it, the 8 of them were pure warriors and did not seem to be scheming at all. Furthermore, their cultivation wasn't very high. They should be around grade 5 martial warriors. These kinds of people would be more than enough to deal with a small thief, but if they wanted to deal with a master, they would not be able to do so. It seemed that Du Shiqing was just pretending. The only real expert was the old man driving the carriage. Perhaps Du Shiqing himself was a master, but whether it was in the previous life or the present, Chu Yang had never heard of this kind divine physician's martial arts. Chu Yang, how old are you? While Chu Yang was silent, the mysterious old coachman came over with his smoking pipe and asked such a question. 10. Chu Yang was afraid that someone would come to talk to him, because his grief was just a pretense. If he talked too much, what would he do if he was exposed? 10. It seems that you know about the matters between men and women quite early. The old coachman revealed a wretched smile, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. However, a light flashed in his eyes, making Chu Yang realize that this old coachman was not here to make small talk. Ah, This kind of thing is hard to explain. In fact, even now, I am still confused. Chu Yang sighed and said with disappointment, in this world, there are many things that are always peaceful, but once lost, they become unforgettable. Ha ha. You are right. After the old coachman heard these words, he was silent for a long time. Then, he smiled faintly and said, always peaceful. It becomes unforgettable. It's late, let's go to sleep. After saying this, he sat next to the fire and stared blankly at the flickering flames, not saying a word. The flickering flames reflected in his dim yellow eyes, and for a moment, he seemed to be in a daze. This actually made Chu Yang a bit surprised. This was the last time this old coachman came to test him. Chu Yang was very clear about this, but why did he give up after he said such a sentence? After thinking about it carefully, Chu Yang sighed. It's in a peaceful and quiet place that things become unforgettable. It turned out that this saying wasn't something that was said casually. Just like in his previous life, he and Imo Qingwu had gone through many earth-shattering events together. But after Imo Qingwu passed away, he couldn't help but recall those memories. What lingered in his heart for a long time was still that simple warmth, that calm gentleness. Not those so-called major events. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't been young before? Chu Yang was thinking about this when he suddenly heard the old coachman murmur a sentence that was actually the same as what he was thinking. He could not help but look at each other in surprise. The old coachman turned his head and looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Old coachman Gao, don't talk about youth. It's already winter here. The leader of the knights held a wine bag and laughed loudly, raising it up and gulping it down. The other 7 knights also burst into laughter. Old coachman Gao snorted and suddenly flicked his pipe. A spark flew out and landed directly in the wine bag that the big man had just moved away from his mouth. The wine bag still had more than half of the wine. When such a weak spark flew in, the flame actually jumped up a few feet high with a bang. The leader of the knights was careless and half of his hair was burned. For a moment, the smell of burnt pig feet filled the air. He could not help but yell and angrily said, Old coachman Gao, are you serious? Old coachman Gao snorted and slowly walked away with his pipe in his hand. The leader of the knights spat and angrily watched him walk away, but he did not dare to speak again. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly shrank. Looking at the receding figure of old coachman Gao, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. Old coachman Gao's move looked simple, but Chu Yang knew that it was not easy. Half of the wine bag was at least 3 or 4 pounds of wine. Even if a torch was thrown in, it would be immediately extinguished. Let alone a small spark like this? This required good eyesight, timing, and a strong martial power. These were not the things that Chu Yang was most afraid of. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.